Now, the mid-year fiscal policy review shall include the following information. So this is what we're supposed to expect from the finance minister today. A brief overview of recent macroeconomic developments of government, an update of macroeconomic forecast undertaking by government, an analysis of total revenue, expenditure, and financing performance for a period up to the first 6 months of the financial year, and a presentation of a revised budget outlook for the unexpired term of the financial year and implications of the revised budget outlook for the medium-term fiscal and expenditure framework if necessary, and, where necessary, plans for submitting a proposed supplementary budget for approval by Parliament, and an overview of the implementation of the annual budget and of the budgets of covered entities. What are your own expectations? Are you expecting a supplementary budget? Are you expecting any new revenue measures? Okay, so stay with us here on the Super Morning Show. We've been picking some information and we'll share all of them with you here on the Super Morning Show. We'll tell you if the minister is going to request additional funds. Would he not? Stay with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. My name is Winston Amoah.
And my name is Kojo Yankson. Churchill, you are not making the thing sweet too. We have filler about the media review.
I have just said it.
Yes, we are picking some information. I liked. We have filler and casa.
Okay.
We have data.
So I will tell you why you must always be careful when you have filler. I was in Parliament when a Minister of Finance got there. And before he delivered the budget, his caucus met him and said, Charlie, you have to change these things. And so he changed the budget. Now, before that, an MP, I'm going to mention it, Ras Mubarak, had come and said, this is what is in the budget. Only for Ras Mubarak to realize that they had changed everything he had picked. Everything is possible in Ghana.
It doesn't matter. We have still got filler.
Okay.
We still have filler. This one there.
So tell us what your own expectations are. Join us on X, use the hashtag JoySMS, then on WhatsApp 055-1111-997. So we'll be sharing the filler with you as we picked it. Okay. The pastors have have a favorite sentence. They say, as I speak. As I speak. So as we picked the filler yesterday, we'll share them with you here on the Super Morning Show. But of course, the National Service Scheme, after some 4.2 million deducted for capacity building, what happens next? Stay with us here on the Super Morning Show. Coming up is the news at 6 with Mami Esi Nyamiche Thompson.
I've been a victim of a selfish kind of love. It's time that I realize there was someone wrong. Not a nickel to love. Could it be really me pretending that they're not alone? Oh, well, deep in the sky, somebody's broken heart and a washed out dream. They follow the pattern of the wind to sea, 'cause they got no place to be. That's why I'm starting with me. I'm starting with the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways. And no message could have been any clearer. If you wanna make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and make a change. I'm starting with the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways. And no message could have been any clearer. If you want.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to the news at 6. The news is live on Joy 99.7 FM, hits 103.9 FM in Accra, and Kumasi on Love 99.5 in all 16 regions of Ghana via partner stations. Also live on myjoyonline.com, Spaces and YouTube. Coming up, high expectations as the Finance Minister prepares to present the 2020 6 mid-year budget, but the minority is cautioning against requests for additional funding in business.
The finance minister is expected to consolidate recent economic gains in the mid-year budget presentation. We've got details on the Joy Business Report.
And also, President John Mahama discloses South African President Cyril Ramaphosa sent a delegation to Ghana to discuss recent xenophobic attacks targeting foreign nationals in South Africa. We have details of that and more coming up this morning on the news. I am Mami Esinya Mitchell Thompson. Do stay. Now, the minority in Parliament has cautioned Finance Minister Dr. Kezia Olatunfosun against seeking additional funding in the 2026 mid-year budget scheduled for today. Now, the caucus argues that the government had failed to deliver on key policy commitments, including the 24-hour economy, the Women's Bank, and job creation initiatives, despite previous funds allocated to support these programs. Here's First Deputy Minority Whip and Member of Parliament for Tolon, Habib Idrisu, in Parliament.
Mr. Speaker, the jobs that they promised Ghanaian youth, including NDC youth, is only on paper. The 24-hour economy, Yamutu. The Women's Bank, Yamutu. And every bit of the promise that you have done, Ghanaians are expecting that the mid-year budget should be able to address that. If the finance minister come here to this house tomorrow, we will be observing and be monitoring every line of his statement or his budget. And we beg him, he should not come and ask of any money because we will not give him any money.
Well, the majority says they're ready for a debate. Responding to the minority, Deputy Majority Whip Richard Echampo warned the minority will not be allowed to peddle lies against government.
The fiscal consolidation the minister is doing, it now have a handle on the economy. When he brought commitment authorization, people were talking about it. When he set up value for money office, people were talking about it. There have been discipline in the system. And this is giving us all these positive results. And we want to spread heads over this. Commend the government. But when we took the inflation from 61%, if we are not disciplined, it will move to 100% again. Because of discipline, fiscal consolidation, that's why we are getting all these results. So don't say the DDUP that you did is creating all these positive indicators. What about those people who died?
Now, Global Info Analytics has defended its parliamentary performance poll, saying it reflects the views of constituents and not the opinion of its research firm. After NPP Member of Parliament for Inshaiso, Dr. Winston Amoah, dismissed the findings as dangerous and lacking credibility. The poll, conducted by the research firm led by Musa Dankwa, ranked Dr. Amoah among MPs considered by respondents to be performing poorly. But responding to the criticism, Mr. Musa Dankwa says the survey only presented what people in the Inshaiso constituency told researchers about the MP.
I mean, we are pollsters. We're not technical experts that examine how the MP has performed. We just went into their constituency and asked their voters, the constituents, to rate the MPs based on excellent, very good, good, average, poor, very poor, or they have no opinion.
Now, President John Mahama has disclosed that South African President Cyril Ramaphosa sent a delegation to Ghana on Tuesday to discuss the recent xenophobic attacks targeting African nationals in South Africa. Speaking during a bilateral meeting with Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, President Mahama said he told the delegation Ghana holds no malice against South Africa. However, Mr. Mahama indicated he believes the issue must be openly addressed rather than swept under the carpet to allow South African authorities to explain the measures they are taking to deal with the situation.
Ghana, we don't harbor any malice against South Africa, but we're raising it as an issue for discussion to even give South Africa the opportunity to take that platform of the continental body and explain what they're doing to the world about the xenophobic attack. So I would want to advert your mind to it. We didn't get a reply or acknowledgement of our petition, so I just want to remind you that if at least we can get an acknowledgement And if you would be kind enough to have it tabled, then we can have a discussion about it.
President John Dramani Mahama there. Now, digital fraud is rising sharply in Ghana, with 97% of reported cases linked to payment service providers. Fintech experts warn that while the country has not reached a crisis point in public trust, the growing trend demands urgent policy action to safeguard Ghana's digital payment ecosystem. The warning emerged at the Made in Digital Economy Forum, a thought leadership dialogue organized by Joy News and Haptel. Carlos Galoni reports.
Head of Internal Affairs at Haptel, Ebenezer Bafo, revealed that 97% of reported fraud cases are linked to payment service providers, even as fraud levels within traditional banking systems continue to decline.
About 97% of the total fraud that happened is coming from fintechs or PSPs. That means that year on year, the banks seems to be going down. Fraudsters are looking for the point where they can immediately target and quickly move away the funds.
For the Cybersecurity Authority, the biggest threat is not just technology, but the tactics used by fraudsters. The Deputy Director General for Technical Operations, Stephen Kojo, says she identifies social engineering through impersonation as the leading cybersecurity challenge.
In each of the cases, most of the cases we look at, you would realize that there's been some form of trickery. We have impersonation. So we got one case about, even your own case about KFC. So impersonation of brands is a key driver.
Head of FinTech and Innovation at the Bank of Ghana, Elhana Orekwasari, says keeping ahead of increasingly sophisticated fraud schemes requires stronger regulatory measures and coordinated action.
We need to continuously make sure that we manage change behaviors. We manage to put in policies in place. Systems, I don't think that we have a problem. I think we have good structures to be able to protect the system. But how do you put in place a policy?
Now, former Minister of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation, Professor Kwabena Frimpong Boateng, has attributed Ghana's worsening environmental degradation and the unchecked destruction caused by illegal mining to the chronic underfunding of the Environmental Protection Agency. He spoke at a memorial lecture in honor of the late President John Evans at Mills.
The EPA has been left to fend for itself, instructed to find the money to pay its own employees and fund its regulatory function and enforce compliance. It is therefore no surprise that environmental pollution is visible everywhere in our rivers. Illegal mining destroys our water bodies, not merely because of lawlessness, because one of the institutions mandated to prevent that destruction has been defunded into irrelevance.
The professor also criticized successive governments for normalizing the daily hardships faced by Ghanaians, arguing that persistent challenges in transportation, housing and food security are the result of poor policy choices.
For millions of Ghanaians, each day begins not with promise, but with calculation. A silent, grinding arithmetic of what can be afforded, what must be sacrificed. The reality of life of ordinary Ghanaians and the story told by headline statistics are how much diverged. The question is not whether Ghana can afford to do this.
And you heard the former Environment Minister, Professor Frimpong Boateng, ending this morning's bulletin here on Joe 99.7 FM. Up next is business on the Super Morning Show. Do stay.
Jump on now. Go. Google me. At what time when you can't park where I don't hear the sound of your car? Why you buy new car?
No, I don't change my car. It be the same right. It be the fuel where I change. Way one shouts it. Ever since I started using the all-new Excellium Premium Fuel, fortified with 3-in-1 action. Oh, Joe, now my car they run like electric car. No, it's so.
This is the type of fuel where they want to. Because now engine they cost. Where they want for way if I buy it, it go protect my engine. And with the small way I buy, I go drive, sir.
Absolutely. It's like strapping a turbocharger to your engine and giving it a protector. And what they boss my mind says be the 3-in-1 action, no? Excellium, they prevent up to 99% of deposit. It be anti-wear, some be anti-corrosion. Won't pay when I open them.
Hey, so where can I find this magical fuel?
Just head over to any Total Energy service station and your car will thank you.
Hey, then make a finish my gobe fast, then rush go Total Energies. My friend, but why you hand my gobe inside?
I give you info. Make a fill the gobe too small.
The gogo.
Excellium is designed to protect your car engine, decrease fuel consumption, and lower CO2 emissions. Don't say fuel, say Excellium. Choose Excellium, choose quality.
When I say ABSA, you say yes. ABSA Bakiti, we go say yes this 2026 till your jobs start dropping down. Yes, you listening to me right now. I know you get dreams. A work is here, and they work it out. Like me, I want to buy that Porsche car I've been dreaming of. I move into my dream house. No landlord will say me. Join the ABSA family and let's help you say yes to your dreams with tailored banking solutions from loans, mortgages, credit cards to digital banking and more. Make 2026 the year of yes with ABSA. Your story matters.
Who dey brass? We dey brass them. Who dey brass? We dey brass them. Who dey brass? We dey brass them. Brass your teeth. Brass your teeth every day and night. After eating before bed, brass the gems away. The sugar jam, we go brass them. Fufu jam, we go brass them. Rice jam, we go brass them. We go.
When it comes to your teeth, Funnel World Cup. Brush them twice daily with Pepsodent, now in limited edition packs. This advert is FDA approved.
Every day when my children return from school, I don't recognize them all. Hello, do I know you?
It's us, Mommy.
But these dirty, sweaty uniforms and socks were clean in the morning. Hey, everything has transformed. I understand though. School is hectic. It takes energy to come home this transformed. So I make sure they have some Milo at breakfast.
Your champs need nourishment and energy. Give them the Milo Energy at breakfast. Now with vitamin D that supports energy release to help their daily performance. Milo, energy to go further.
Milo.
This advert is FDA approved.
What will the world need tomorrow? Smarter systems, bolder thinkers, people who don't just use technology but build it as well. At Academic City University, that's exactly whom we train. Whether you're starting your undergraduate degree or advancing with a master's program, from business and communication arts to engineering and computational sciences, our programs are built with industry for real-world impact. You won't just graduate with a certificate, you'll graduate ready to solve, build, and lead. The future belongs to those who are prepared. Are you ready? Call 0594 030 308. Academic City University, educating future-ready leaders.
Something exciting is stirring at the Joy News Habitat Fair.
Cast your mind back to 2022. The prices were rising. The stress was high. Every liter of fuel felt like a sacrifice. Do you remember who stepped forward first? When others were comfortable with high prices, Star Oil chose you. We cut our own profits so you could keep your AC on, keep your engines running, and keep your life moving without the heavy burden. We gave you room to breathe when things felt tight. Because of you, our star savers, we became number one. Today, the pumps are a battleground. Others are finally cutting prices because they have to. But Star Oil, we do it because we want to. Don't just chase a price, remember a friendship. We were there for you then, and with new innovations coming your way, we are here for you now. Star Oil, still quality and affordable fuels for all.
A king was born today. Is that how you go celebrate? You say you love the man, but show working, my sister. Open your cow bank up and credit his account. Life simplified every single day. Yeah. Open your cow bank up and credit his account. Cow bank, make come easy, Charlie. Life simplified all the way. If you love your man, show working, oh. Not only was born today. What can he do with that? Give him fuel, give him vibes, give him cowbank cash just like that. With your cowbank app, you send money by airtime, pay bills in seconds. Wherever you get, cowbank make your life simplified. Hey, hey. Cowbank, forward together.
Welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM and the 6 a.m. news brought to us by Absa Bank Ghana Limited. Your story matters. And Total Energies, Total, we go the extra mile for you, which means we can bring you the Joy Business Report brought to us by Omni Basic Bank, not just another bank. Daro Kwao.
Good.
Yeah, I decided to surprise you. You were expecting Akpafu, right? No, today, not Akpafu.
Oh, today you mean business, serious business, right?
Winston means business, eh? Well, today we're expecting the finance minister to present a media review of fiscal policy, and I'm told that it's actually at 2 p.m.
Okay.
2 p.m.
I don't know why they chose 2 p.m. But
Why? Why 2?
Let's get it done with this morning, right?
No, it's at 2 p.m. And Darrell, I started the show this morning by actually sharing with you what the law says should be done. Mm-hmm. Okay, because we need to start from the position of the law. The law says the minister shall not later than 31st July of each financial year prepare and submit to Parliament mid-year fiscal policy review. The mid-year fiscal policy review shall include the following information: brief overview of recent macroeconomic developments of government. Okay. Mm-hmm. An update of macroeconomic forecast undertaken by government, an analysis of total revenue, expenditure, and financing performance for a period up to the first 6 months of the financial year. And we're learning that when it comes to revenue, the budgeted revenue, projection, revenue projection for first half of the year was 7.8% of GDP. Okay, where are we? We have the information, and we'll share it with you later on the show, okay? There's also a presentation of revised budget outlook for the unexpired term of the financial year and the implication of the revised budget outlook for the medium-term fiscal and expenditure framework, if necessary. And where necessary, plans for submitting a proposed supplementary budget for approval by Parliament and an overview of the implementation of annual budget and of budgets of covered entities. There'll be something about the Accra-Kumasi Expressway.
That would be actually great to hear.
Yes, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway. You hear a lot of things also about, the upgrade of some grade C schools to grade B and first upgrade of grade B schools to grade A. I can see the smile on the face of, my brother, Lawrence Segbefia. The hope is that Katasco will be part of it.
What grade is Katasco?
Grade B.
Grade B. Okay.
Katasco has to become a grade A school.
Well deserved.
Yes, they deserve it. They are younger brothers. We like them. They should get there. There'll be the construction of new secondary schools. 4 new secondary schools. No, 4 in districts where there are no secondary schools. In fact, in total, there'll be 16 new secondary schools, apart from the upgrades. And we'll share all the details with you here on the Super Morning Show. But policy rate at 14.
Yeah, the central bank decided they would hold it, which is actually good for all of us who are getting pretty worried about what an increase may mean for lending rates and all of that. So, good move.
A good one. It also means that the central government believes that inflation is within, 8% plus or minus 2. We're currently around 5%, so that's okay. The expectation is that we'll be able to achieve.
They'll keep it with that.
It's possible. It's possible. That's something that they can do. So that's a good one. So all of these coming up here on the Super Morning Show. Of course, our eyes also are on the National Service Scheme. Who gets the trumpet this morning, Darrell?
Shall we do it for the central bank?
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's well deserved, especially on this day where we're going to be talking plenty economics.
Okay, so to the central bank and its governor, Johnson Esiama, we say...
Trumpets. Hi, good morning. Welcome to the Joy Business Report. Coming up this morning, Finance Minister Dr. Kassler Tuforsen set to consolidate recent economic gains and reinforce investor confidence in mid-year budget presentation. Also coming up, tax analyst Francis Timoboy urges tightening of the country's tax administration system to help government achieve its 2026 revenue target. Plus, the Bank of Ghana and Gold Board finalize a new financing model to reduce pressure on banks' balance sheets. Details coming up. My name is Darryl Kwao. Thanks for being with us. Hello to our friends listening from Koforidua and KT Radio. The Finance Minister, Dr. Kassler Tuforsen, will this afternoon seek to consolidate recent economic gains as well as reinforce investor confidence. This will happen when he presents the 2026 media budget review to Parliament. More in the Fluent Business Desk report.
For the Finance Minister, Dr. Tuforsen, after all said and done, this presentation should tell Ghanaians that this administration means business when it comes to managing the economy, staying on track when it comes to our expenditure situation, and pressing ahead with reforms rolled out in the 2026 budget, as well as helping improve the revenue situation going forward. There are strong indications the Finance Minister could review some of the targets set out in the 2026 budget. However, we are not sure for now what will be the new levels. The minister could also talk about how he has managed the debt situation, especially when it comes to our external creditors and this whole debt restructuring as well.
Apologies, don't know where those frogs came from, but that was a Business Desk report. Still on the media budget, tax analyst Francis Timoboy highlights the need for tightening the tax administrative regime while consolidating the gains made in the first half of the year. Okay, your Joy 99.7 FM. Apologies, we had to fix some technical issues, but we can bring you the news now. We've been talking about the media budget review. We want to hear from tax analyst Francis Timoboy highlighting the need for the tightening of the tax administrative regime while consolidating the gains made in the first half of the year.
Give or take, the focus will be on consolidation and administrative tightening of the existing rules, with Ghana completing the IMF support program and the review. Any introduction of new taxes which may burden taxpayers would run counter to the resetting for growth theme, and again dampening the private sector recovery. So I do not expect. I think the focus should be on the administrative measures. For example, how do we accelerate the rollout of the fiscal electronic devices? How do we ensure full implementation of the EVAT system? All of these things are measures that we expect the minister to announce so that revenue can be improved. I think our best bet for 2026 and the entire strategy for revenue mobilization has been on compliance.
Meanwhile, businesses want the finance minister to improve financial support and extend some tax relief to industries. Stefan Miezan is president of the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industries.
We are looking at a lot of support for the agri sector so that at least industries into agriculture, processing, agribusiness can be set up, because that is the lowest hanging fruit for industrialization. We are also looking at a support for the industry sector. The last year, we didn't do well in terms of industrialization. With the 24-hour economy that has been the mantra of the government, you can only do that when industries are working. So we want to see a lot of support relief, tax relief for industries to be able to expand as well. We also want to see a lot of support going towards the youth sector.
We can hear next from Chief Executive of the Ghana Chamber of Young Entrepreneurs, Sheriff Gali, who has revealed that the Chamber will track jobs created for the youth of the country after the mid-year budget presentation.
According to the government, national apprenticeship, 1 million quota, Ejumawara, these are the key ones. The rest are more general ones that the youth are tapping for. But for these key ones, we would want to see the real allocation that have been given, and at the end of the year, that this year cohort has been implemented well. If you look at the National Youth Authority, they are supposed to even increase their target to about 100,000 or so. And this year, it means they should get more funding, because you want to train the young person in this TVET skills and give them funding, which is awesome. It's a good policy. As I speak to you now, we are building a system to track government programs. It's called the Youth Dashboard. We will be tracking every single policy, who have benefited. And so whatever story the finance minister will be telling us at the end of this year, we would also be able to come out clearly to let you people know what figures are there.
That was Chief Executive of the Chamber of Young Entrepreneurs, Sheriff Gali. While Associate Director of Strategy and Transactions at Deloitte West Africa, Dennis Brown, has cautioned that even though there is improvement in the macroeconomic indicators, the budget must focus on improving the well-being of Ghanaians at the micro level.
We have an economy which grows, but there are questions around whether the growth is really owned by Ghanaians who owns the economy. So is it really creating jobs? Is it adding value to, our primary products? Is it creating industries that are then, by themselves adding income and creating additional demand and overall encouraging sustainable economic growth? No, but that is why we are currently pursuing an economic transformation agenda via the 24-hour economy and the export development program. That program was launched some time ago, but I think we can all accept the fact that it doesn't appear that as taking off that well, unless there are things happening behind the scenes that the 24-hour economic secretariat need to inform us about.
While away from the budget, Chief Executive of the Ghana Association of Banks, Winston Amoah, has warned that no Ghanaian is beyond the reach of fraudsters after revealing he was targeted by scammers just moments after appearing on a radio program to educate the public about cyber fraud. Speaking on the Joy News Habitat Dialogue on the impact of fraud on Ghana's digital economy, he said his personal experience exposed the growing sophistication of fraudsters and underscored the need for every Ghanaian to remain vigilant.
We are using influencers. We are doing everything to get the message to everyone wherever they find themselves in different languages. So we have in all the major languages in the country. So we are doing everything. It is for people to take the message and do something with the message. It's very easy to have that thinking or self-fulfilling thinking that I'm okay. Nobody is okay. When even you have heard before, and a similar message comes, just it's a minute or less. Listen and then take it in your stride and then be guided by it.
The Bank of Ghana and the Gold Board are finalizing a new financing arrangement aimed at supporting the country's gold purchasing program while reducing pressure on the central bank's balance sheet. Speaking up, the Monetary Policy Committee maintained the policy rate at 14%. Governor of the Central Bank, Dr. Johnson Isiama, said discussions with Gold Board are ongoing to finalize new funding model that will be announced soon.
Speaking after the Monetary Policy Committee maintained a monetary policy rate at 14%,
Dr. Siama said the Bank of Ghana and the Ghana Gold Board are finalizing a new financing arrangement aimed at supporting the country's gold purchasing program while reducing pressure on the central bank's balance sheet.
We are still in talks with both the Gold Board and Ministry of Finance on the specifics when it comes to that entire transaction going forward. I will hesitate to give you specific answers as of now. But after we are done with the negotiations, we will now be able to tell you the role the central bank will play going forward.
On Cocoa Board's shift to local market financing, Dr. Siama said mobilizing funds from the domestic capital market to finance cocoa purchases is a more sustainable approach than relying heavily on bank loans.
They are mobilizing money locally, to fund the purchases, of cocoa for export, which we believe is a good thing. It's one thing we should have done long ago. The reliance on banks to fund Cocoa Board. There's a limit to how much the banks can fund because of their capital base. And so moving to the capital markets to raise some commercial paper to fund Cocoa Board purchases, I believe is the right way to go.
The governor added that the Bank of Ghana will continue to monitor development in the global economy and intervene when necessary to preserve macroeconomic stability and support confidence in the foreign exchange market.
And that's it for the Joy Business Report this morning. Let's check the markets as we wrap up. Crude oil has increased marginally to $96 a barrel. Gold lost more than $8 to open trading at $4,122 an ounce. Cocoa open trading at $5,328 a ton, after losing more than $200. On the currency market, the dollar going for 11 cedi 69 pesos. That's what major commercial banks are offering their clients. The euro 13 cedi 34 pesos. The British pound 15 cedi 66 pesos. The forex bills are quoting the dollar 12 cedi 30 pesos. More news on our website, myjoyonline.com/business. My name is Daryl Powell. The Super Morning Show continues with Winston and the team.
Yeah, Daryl. So thank you very much for joining us with the Joy Business Report. We now have, it's time now for our inspirational song for today. And Frank Enti, Frank Enti?
Jojo.
Is giving us an old classics from Team Eternity Ghana. So let's enjoy this one from Team Eternity Ghana. Yeah, that's Team Eternity Ghana with old classics here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM, which means it's time now for our fuel tip for today, the 23rd day of July 2026. And emergency response works best when rules are clear. People should know who calls for help, who raises the alarm, and who guides others to safety. Confusion increases risk. COMAC supports clear emergency planning. And this is from the Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies. George Yaffe is joined us for news review. Good morning, George.
Good morning, Kojo Yankson, and good morning, Kojo Winston or Kofi Winston. Tomorrow is Friday, you know.
Yes, tomorrow is Friday. Yes,
and when it's Friday, you know.
Daryl Kwao says today is Friday Eve, so we'll take it like that. Anyway, let's learn how to say it right.
Yes, let's do that. It's brought to us, as always, by Kingdom Books. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks, and also by Societe Generale Bank Ghana. The future is you.
Something must be done.
You say either. I say either.
Please stand by for this public service announcement. The word is electorate. E-L-E-C-T-O-R-A-T-E. Electorate. It describes the people in an area that are allowed to vote. All the people, which means the word is already in plural form. No need to add an S at the end. So please, do not say electorates. Electorate is an uncountable noun or a mass noun, like sand or sugar or rice. You wouldn't say sands or sugars or rices, would you? Good. So we all understand each other. It is not electorates, it's electorate. That's how to say it right. End of announcement. Thank you very much for your attention.
So now you know how to say it right, eh?
I think I would have a great career as one of those airport announcers.
Why not give it a try in your retirement? So when you retire from here, when you're 60 years and we have a good show and say bye-bye Kojo Yankson,
then I go and sit at
that's service to Ghana.
May I have your attention, please? Do you when you're in the plane and the air hostess or the pilot try to speak, do you sometimes get what they are communicating?
I always get what they are
sometimes that's all. You don't get the
maybe that's when they are speaking other languages.
Well, even in the English as well. Really? I struggle to hear sometimes.
Okay. But you know what, George? If you're looking to upgrade your workspace or restock your essentials, Kingdom Books has something special just for you. So come through and enjoy unbeatable deals on all your stationery needs, from notebooks, pens, printers, to school and office supplies. Whether you're a student, teacher, or business owner, they've got everything to keep you organized and productive. But that's not all. You can enjoy big discounts up to 70%, so bring your family, tell a friend, and don't miss out on these amazing offers at Kingdom Books Yard Sales. Visit Kingdom Books office at Osu, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily. Kingdom Books Yard Sales, shop smart, save big. For inquiries, call them on 0501 401 050 or 0244 311 955. But you know, every thriving business started with someone who dared to dream. And so at Societe Generale Ghana, they believe those dreams deserve the right support, and that's why from now to September, they're helping small and medium enterprises access the financing and banking solutions they need through their SME Loans promo. As a trusted partner to many businesses across Ghana, they bring the expertise, experience, and tailored solutions needed to help businesses thrive. Does your business need equipment or machinery to expand your operations? Their finance lease solutions can help. Are you looking for working capital to take advantage of new opportunities? The Boafo loan is designed to support your business growth, or perhaps you're waiting for customers to settle invoices. Their factoring and invoice discounting solutions can help you unlock cash tied up in receivables. So while your business accounts provide the banking support your business needs to succeed. Whatever your business goals, Societe Generale Ghana has the expertise and solutions to help you achieve them. Visit the nearest SG Ghana branch today or visit societegenerale.com.gh for more information. You can also call 0302-214-314 between now and September to learn more about the SME Loans promo and discover how they can support the next chapter of your business. Societe Generale Ghana, the future is you. Time now for the newspaper review, brought to us by Syntex Tanker, your stronger, your tough, Kel Chaco Toothpaste, Happy Smile, and Star, your quality and affordable fuel for all. George.
Listen, let's start with the business and financial times. And the lead story says reset must hold without a safety net. That is according to FNB Research Head. Set 6 tests for the mid-year review. NLA partners Fidelity Bank to boost digital operations, introduces 5,000 new POS machines. And Bank of Ghana sees inflation staying within target despite mounting external risks. And Nestle's Kwabena Adakwa wins global honor for brand management excellence. These are the lead stories in the business and financial times.
The daily graphic for this morning at AU Health Summit in Accra, President urges self-reliant health care. Also on the front page, Education Ministry set to introduce revised KG primary curriculum. And mid-year budget review today. I won't ask for more money, Finance Minister. Access Bank Ghana picks 2 Euro Money Awards. Back page, US government donates equipment to the Ghana Armed Forces. And ADRA supports flood victims.
To the Daily Guide lead story, still talking about the mid-year budget review. Mahama forging economic success, who says the MPP, and yesterday the ranking member on economy and development, Kojo Nkrumah, addressed some media engagement in Parliament. Also, Parliament approves $822 million World Bank loans. And Baumia MP storm in Saom prison. Winston declared political prisoner, and court rules on Hanan charges today. And 2 busted with 100 wee parcels. These are the lead stories on the front page of the Daily.
I thought these days we say marijuana. Let's go online. The online news review brought to us by Zenith Bank in your best interest. And myjoyonline.com. No one is immune to fraud. John Ewa review. Scammers targeted him minutes after live cyber fraud interview. Yeah. It actually happened to me. A day after we had, I think, or 2 after we had hosted Ransford Nanado Jr. Someone sent me a code. Oh, you key it in. I was like, imagine. And in the it says, if you haven't requested it for this, ignore. If you haven't requested this, ignore. I hadn't requested a code. So why would I key it? We don't have a trust crisis. BOG urges vigilance against rising digital fraud, and it's from the Digital Economy Forum yesterday on the Joy News channel and also on Joy FM. Digital trust crisis looming. If fraud concerns are ignored, John Ewa warns. And High Court grants police assistance order for receiver to take possession of Cheddars No. 1 Oxford Street Hotel. 2 Ghanaians ask ICC to probe xenophobic violence in South Africa. Let's get to citynewsroom.com this morning. Find our stories, that are making the headlines. Ghana lose 296,000 to online restaurant scams in 6 months. And Northern Business Fair 2026 set to boost trade and investment in Tamale. Agric Ministry defends timing of 2026 farm input distribution. In July. All eyes on Finance Minister's mid-year budget today. Ramaphosa sends delegation to Mahama over South Africa's xenophobic attacks. Just deal with it. And Sharj denies claims linking Deputy Commissioner to Wuntumi sentencing. Mid-year budget to focus on development, not new taxes. Ataisa. And NSA pushes for 1,200 allowance for service personnel. Act on xenophobic attacks in South Africa. Mahama tells AU. Okay, so means we can get into the details.
And Winston, do I still see this thing, or maybe I stand to be educated, where the mid-year budget review is moving away from that classical presentation of maybe just reviewing the estimates to now introducing some policy measures, and all those things? Because if you look at the Financial Administration Act and what should guide the minister, basically just do the estimates review and all those things. But you have that now, there are some policy measures being announced, budget review, and all those things.
George, talking about the Public Financial Management Act, the Public Financial Management Act actually makes the point here that a presentation of a revised budget outlook for the unexpired term of the financial year and the implication of the revised budget outlook for the medium-term fiscal and expenditure framework, if necessary. So this is the whole thing. If you're presenting, and Section 28 of the Public Financial Management Act says you should present a brief overview of recent macroeconomic developments of government, an update of macroeconomic forecast undertaken by government, an analysis of total revenue expenditure and financing performance for a period up to the first 6 months of the financial year. If you're doing all of that, and based on your performance, you may introduce new policies, okay? And that's why we're told that the target for the revenue target for the year, I think it's at 14.4% of GDP. The target for the first half was 7.8%, and currently we're doing
There are issues with revenue.
we're doing 7.7.
Yeah, so we're almost there.
But also the tax people will tell you that a lot of particularly when it comes to import duties, you get more within the third and fourth quarter of the year. And we understand why.
Q1 is not so good.
So there's the expectation that you probably would meet it, all other things being equal. Okay. But if based on the expectations you're not going to meet it, then the question would be, what do you do? In that case, you probably may consider reducing expenditure.
But some will say that it's a no-no when it comes to reducing expenditure, when in these times there's a bit about generating jobs, there's a bit about the government being heavy on infrastructure.
You see, it
how
all
is
depends
that
on
infrastructure going to be financed?
That's why a finance minister has to manage an economy. It's not just about profit and loss, right? You have to manage an economy. You have to be smart. You have to start figuring out ways to make things happen. Color outside the lines. Right, that is how the Malaysias and that's how they have come out of the ruts into which they were born. And this is where you start to see a real transformation of your economy, right? So for me, if the law allows that halfway through the year you can introduce some new policies, if the policies that you announce for the year are on shaky ground, then absolutely, why not? I'd rather that.
Let me, as a student of accounting and accounting research, if you don't have the money, why do you spend it? Why do you spend what you don't have? And two, look, you could also decide that, okay, I could actually spend and expect return, so I'll go and borrow. But you do not borrow to engage in consumption. You don't. Will you go and borrow because you want to eat? You cut down on your food. You would make sure that you do 010 or maybe 110 or 011 or
what's that 102.
But you guys, there's also in economics they make us understand about the political economy. So that is why some people say that being a finance minister is not about being an investment banker, a finance person, an accountant, but you need a touch of an economist who would appreciate the political economy. We are a year away to elections.
My brother, whatever you do, you're also coming from a certain background. This is a country that is, and mind you, listen to this, next year, 2027, 2028, major payments as part of the DDEP.
Big one.
58 billion. For instance, you're paying 30 billion in February 2027.
January.
And if you're paying 30 billion in February, this is the challenge. First quarter, normally you don't have a lot of revenue. So where are you going to get the money? You should start saving. Say the sinking fund, you should anticipate that you're going to pay money. Let me say good morning to Honorable Setekwe. You should, you should. So I say, don't spend what you don't have. And if you're going to borrow for projects that can finance the debt. Don't borrow for consumption. It makes no sense. Anyway, let's get into the details.
Well, to the Business and Financial Times, there's a story coming from FMB Research that is talking about how today's budget review is government's chance to show its promise to that reset can hold with the safety net. And the head that's coming from the head of research, analysis and strategy at First National Bank. His thoughts come as the Finance Minister, Dr. Akoto, prepares to present the mid-year review to Parliament this afternoon, actually. And this is what he set out about: show the plan for the debt repayment, name replacement for the IMF's discipline, inflation run, level of gold and the Ghana cedi, and turning cheap money into jobs, not just cheap borrowing. That is coming from FMB in their research in terms of what the minister has to do in presenting the budget today. But still talking about the budget, can I quickly dash the Daily Guide and talk about a story from the opposition MPP talking about the fact that they are arguing that in terms of the Mahama is forging, and it says that the new patriotic party has hit at the Mahama administration with heavy criticisms ahead of the 2026 mid-year budget review, accusing the government of manipulating data and presenting fragile economy as a success story. In a 6-page statement released yesterday at the press conference in Accra, the MPP Policy Coordinating Committee Chairman Kojo Nkrumah said the opposition said that government reported economic recovery was built on props and not real reforms, and that is coming still.
This is before the media review.
Oh, obviously, the MPs always get some documents and all the rest, but whether and could you, once you're talking about documents changing, and I've had 2 personal experiences where you had everything, but the presentation delayed and the thing changed. And so sometimes, even when you have a deep throat sauce or whatever, you want to be extra careful.
You'd have to be very careful.
Could just like,
Grandpa, we have fillers. Stay tuned. We'll be telling you what we are picking up of what's going to be in the budget.
The thing about indicators and plans, a lot of these plans wouldn't change.
Yeah.
So we know that the government intends to build 16 secondary schools. Okay, and there are 4 districts that they have no secondary schools. Those districts will be taken care of. And when it comes to areas within Accra, where very populated areas with no secondary schools, we'll tell you. We'll mention all those areas to you. Page 13 of the Daily Graphic, mid-year budget review today. I won't ask for more money, Finance Minister. So that's here. When it comes to the Accra-Kumasi Highway, we're told that the 48 engineers has had to clear the pathway for the Accra-Kumasi Expressway. And you'll be surprised that it's actually following that, it has reduced the distance from the over 230 kilometers to 170 kilometers. So after the construction of the expressway, which we're told that the president is likely to commission before Ghana at 70 as a Ghana at 70 project, you can drive from Accra to Kumasi in less than 2 hours. That'll be good.
I'll be paying attention, Winston, to how these infrastructure projects are going to be financed, a more sustainable way of financing these projects.
I'll tell you one thing, George. One of the first advantages of how they are doing the Accra-Kumasi road is that they used the military engineers. Okay, very, very cost effective. Also, look at the engineering benefits. Now they've reduced the distance of the journey, and they have already cleared about 70% of the route already in just a few months. If this was given to the private sector, it will take about a year to do the clearing alone.
But there are some consultants still coming in for this project.
But the point is that
some funding issues, even with that one.
George, the point is that, first of all, the introduction of the engineers regiment has saved money. Not only has it saved money in terms of reducing the scope of the entire project, but it has saved money also because this is something we would have had to pay a private contractor to do. But the military, they're already on their salary.
George, let me
got
just
the job done.
George, let me read something from Section 32 of the Public Financial Management Act. The minister, that's virement. The minister may, on the request of a principal spending officer, execute a virement in respect of an amount of money allocated to the covered entity of that principal spending officer. A virement executed under subsection 1 shall not result in a future liability for the covered entity of the government. So a virement executed under subsection 1 is subject to the following conditions. A virement of funds allocated for wages and salaries in an expenditure vote shall not be made unless the virement is in respect of wages and salaries within that expenditure vote. The reason I bring the issue of virement is that today the Minister of Finance can decide that, okay, I think there's a priority project. Okay, so I am going to move funds from other areas, put them in a particular account, and construct the road.
From get it to.
I've always maintained.
I would support that.
Expressway.
I would support that.
I've always maintained that the only thing government cannot do is to say that they are creating a new human being. That one, they cannot conjure a human being from space. But everything government wants to do, government can do. So if government decides that, Accra Kumasi Highway is a priority, government can do that. If government decides that government wants to construct agric routes, it's a priority, they will do that. What that would mean is that other developments will be put on hold. And what is deemed priority is executed. The challenge I have had always, and if you have a minister who appreciates these things, it's simple. Make sure that you create funds, and that's why when it comes to certain funds, they are ring fenced to make sure that you cannot take funds, you cannot divert the funds. Okay, when it comes to petroleum funds, okay, use it for this, that, you're done. Even district assembly common funds, unfortunately, government would always go and dip its fingers in it and come back and say, we owe you, we will go and pay. But if the government today decides, and we're told that some $1.7 billion has actually been raised currently for the Accra Kumasi Highway.
And it's already sitting in the account.
It's there.
Raised from where?
For the Accra Kumasi.
No, but raised from where? Local domestic investors? External investors?
Raised.
Or these are escrow accounts that are already there?
Raised. Stay with us.
Okay, I will stay with you. Two other stories. In this one, you're talking about the policy rate, and BNFT says that BOG sees inflation staying within target despite mounting external risk, and that's something that for a lot of businesses will be excited, because the Bank of Ghana thinks that going forward they will still see inflation staying within their band of the 8% plus 2. That makes it 10%, right? Minus 2 makes it what? Over 6 and over 6%.
Or 10, so, that's okay.
And inflation is now 5.3 as time to be corrected. So it means that the economy might have built some shocks to absorb these external shocks that could come in.
Buffers to absorb.
To absorb these external risks that could be coming in. So some assurance for us there, and that is why they held the rate at 14%. What would this mean for businesses? What are they also seeing about the economy going forward? That is why they've held the rate at 14%. That will be interesting for us to still get some answers from the Bank of Ghana. So on Wednesday, yesterday, the Bank of Ghana issued a notice about the acceptance of 1 pesewa, 5 pesewas, 10 pesewas, 20 pesewa and 50 pesewa coins. And the bit that excites me is about they enforcing the regulations that could see fines and imprisonment.
I haven't seen 1 pesewa in like 10 years.
No, you.
That's why I said I haven't seen it. I have seen 20 pesewas. I've seen 50 pesewas. I've seen
the 1 cedi.
I taught my son how to save by giving him those coins. I give him a saver box.
But Ghanaians, so there are Ghanaians who reject
coins. Oh yeah.
What sense of ignorant entitlement is that?
And even the notes.
You know what we're going to do now, guys? It's time for the BBC News. We'll come back and talk about this. Thank you very much, George. BBC News brought to us by Fidelity Bank. Believe with us. Glyco, we cushion you for life. And Oba Spaghetti.
Love on Trial. India's Age of Consent controversy. Today at 8:30 GMT. Business Daily is in 30 minutes.
Budget airlines have been having a turbulent time lately. Fuel costs are high, travel habits are shifting, and the business model that often saw flying cheaper than train travel is under pressure. So what's going on, and what does it mean for the way we travel in future?
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station. Welcome to the inquiry on the BBC World Service. I'm Tanya Beckett. The price of gold has multiplied in recent years.
Gold is perceived as a safe haven, and this also adds to its attractiveness as an investment asset and a store of value.
This has led to a boom for criminal gangs and armed groups.
One of the key attributes of gold is that it's very easy to smuggle It's very valuable. It is also very small in size.
Meanwhile, small-scale producers are being exploited.
Many of these communities would like to have a sustainable economic alternative, but if there simply is none, of course you get involved in illegal gold mining just to make ends meet.
This week we're asking, can the illicit gold trade be stopped? I'm Tanya Beckett. Join me on The Inquiry after the news.
BBC News with Moira Alderson. The Prime Minister of India has announced that fast-track courts will be set up to deliver swift and stringent punishment to people involved in leaking recent competitive exam papers. Narendra Modi's decision aims to address growing pressure from India's youth-led movement amid ongoing protests. From Delhi, here's Arunadhay Mukherjee.
Nothing was more important than the welfare of India's youth, said Mr. Modi. The Prime Minister, who has been largely quiet on the protests for over a month, broke his silence with this post, indicating mounting pressure from the youth-led movement. But he chose to stay silent on the students' key demand, that's the resignation of India's Federal Education Minister. Delhi has seen massive protests since Monday, where demonstrators have accused the police of a brutal crackdown in which dozens of protesters and police personnel were injured. The violence has fueled more crowds who have been pouring into the protest site in central Delhi as thousands demand accountability from the government.
The United States has agreed to help Saudi Arabia develop a civilian nuclear program. Full details have not yet been published, but reports suggest it could allow Saudi Arabia to enrich uranium. Gary O'Donoghue is in Washington.
The deal has been in the pipeline for some time. The Biden administration wanted to do this deal. They tied it specifically, though, to Israel and Saudi Arabia normalizing relations. That fell apart after the attacks on Israel by Hamas. That linkage appears to have been dropped from this deal. The key thing, though, here, and the Americans are open about this, is that Russia and China were sniffing around this arrangement, trying to get in on this big time. In fact, Russia had signed a couple of preliminary agreements with Saudi Arabia on this, so the Americans were fearing that they would get frozen out.
The Iranian-backed Houthi movement in Yemen says it's attacked 2 Saudi Arabian oil tankers in the Red Sea. It follows Monday's announcement of an embargo against Saudi vessels. The official Saudi news agency has confirmed that 1 tanker was hit. There are growing concerns it could trigger a fresh surge in global oil prices. Yolande Nell is following developments from Jerusalem.
This does show the potential for the Houthis to disrupt commercial shipping. What has happened since the war started with Iran and all of that pressure on the Strait of Hormuz, which has virtually stopped ships from going through there, is that Saudi Arabia has used its own pipeline to take oil from the eastern side of the country to its ports on the west and the Red Sea coast, and to pump out millions of barrels more of oil to export that way. This has really served in recent weeks as a lifeline for global energy markets.
Meanwhile, the US military says it's carried out a 12th consecutive nights of strikes against Iran. Iran has continued to hit back, with Kuwait saying its air defences had responded to hostile drones. BBC News. The Brazilian government has announced nearly $4 billion in relief for companies hit by new US 25% tariffs. President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva said Brazil remained open to negotiations, but the US had shown no willingness to engage. He said the South American nation would now seek new markets. 5 paramilitary rangers have been killed in a drive-by attack on a checkpoint in southern Thailand. Thai media say 2 civilians, including a 10-year-old boy, were injured. Video footage shows a group of black-clad assailants opening fire and throwing explosives at the checkpoint in Narathiwat province. It's one of 3 Muslim-majority provinces in Thailand's deep south, gripped by a separatist insurgency. The Commonwealth Games get underway in Glasgow today. Teams from 74 different nations are expected to compete in what's been billed as a slimmed-down Games. Here's our sports correspondent, Andy Swiss.
With around 3,000 athletes and just 10 sports, this Commonwealth Games is the smallest in recent years, a reflection of its troubled build-up. The original hosts, the Australian state of Victoria, pulled out because of rising costs, plunging the Games into jeopardy. Glasgow, which hosted in 2014, stepped in, but with a scaled-back event. Traditional Commonwealth sports, such as hockey, badminton and squash, are all missing. But organisers believe this can be a template for a more sustainable Games, with Ahmedabad in India already set to host in 2030. Tonight's opening ceremony at the Hydro Arena is the game's first in an indoor venue.
For the first time, an artificial intelligence model has matched elite human contestants by achieving a perfect score at the world's most prestigious mathematics contest. Chinese tech companies Huawei and Xiaohongshu announced their AI systems had solved every problem perfectly at the International Mathematical Olympiad. It's a rare feat even among humans because it requires step-by-step reasoning. BBC News. Welcome to the inquiry from the BBC World Service.
Challenge these days, new level crowd. Where did you pass?
Me, pass somewhere. I just switched for a better life. I switched for comfort. Look, your salary deserves better.
Switch?
Yeah.
How do you mean?
I switched my salary account to Fidelity Bank. And that's my jackpot. I get higher loan amounts with lower interest rates, as well as personalized financial support. They gave me a loan to expand my side hustle. And the terms are just flexible.
Wow.
Your salary deserves better.
Oh, my salary deserves better, Pa. You see the way you are smiling wide? Yes, I will switch and smile wider. Your salary deserves better. Switch to Fidelity Bank today and enjoy lower interest rate, car and home loan, personalized financial support, and a smile that lasts. Switch and smile wider. Fidelity Bank. Believe with us.
If I believe with us, Fidelity. If I know I dey your side, Fidelity.
Araba Soft Life. Yes, my darling. The soft life is me, queen of soft life. Araba be that. Are you going to the Kumasi station dressed like that? Hey, station? Never. This queen travels with Oya bus ride. No station stress, no giddy giddy. Oya gives me soft life, Papabi. Guess what? All I did was download the Oya app. Simple. Me booked a trip, selected my seat, and now I just joined the bus at my pickup location. Wow. No giddy giddy. Everyone can use the Oya app. All you need is a smartphone. My bus to Kumasi is arriving soon. See you.
Download the Oya Bus Ride app on Google Play Store or the App Store. Book your trip and hop on at your pickup location.
Travel between cities the smart way and skip the station. For more details, call or WhatsApp 055 900 1242. Oya, let's go.
This damn patch again. Ebo, look at this wall. Every few months, the same damn patch comes back. I've painted it twice already. What is all this?
Kofi, you can't fight moisture with paint too. The problem is inside the building itself.
Yes. So what can I do? The house is already finished.
Simple. Gasem Super Strong Waterproof Cement. It's a new cement with built-in water protection technology.
Water protection?
Yes.
So it's just for repairs?
No, my friend. That's the difference. Use it to fix dampness and seepage. Or use it for new buildings. Foundation, block work, plastering. One cement that builds and protects.
Wow.
Gasem Super Strong Waterproof Cement. The one cement that builds and protects. Build it right once. Gasem, the nation builder.
Remember shit that your mama made. For home jollof and watch it. Hey, back to school with Kenke. Hey, it's here, come chop today. Did this shit to home make taste. 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 Onion, ginger, garlic blend. Flavor yet there. Pepper, shrimp, and fish inside. If you're DNA, no preservative, just herbs and spice. Natural we taste, spicy we eat. Did this shit to home make taste. Corner, chewy taste. Mad your choice to make. Spicy taste like mama made. Did this shit to home make taste. 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 From the heart of Africa we stand, building dreams across the land. Every step we did your side, helping you rise, taking you higher. Strong as a group, close as a partner. Bank of Africa lifting you higher. African Bank with global reach. BOA make your future glow. Strong as a group, close as a a partner. Bank of Africa lifting you higher. African bank with global reach. BOA make your future global. BOA, we go there for you night and day. Strong as a group, close as a partner. Bank of Africa lifting you higher.
Introducing Ghana's leading pay-as-you-copy photocopier leasing company. Lease an A4, A3, heavy-duty or production machine and pay for only the copies made or design your own payment plan. Simple and tietia. That's not all. Incredibly, toners, repairs, maintenance, follow-me printing, centralized tracking all come free of charge. Remember, financial prudence is the name of the game. Folks, forget about the expensive gimmicks and be smart. Join the hundreds of satisfied clients across all the 16 regions and every sector of the economy and save over 60% of your printing costs. Visit us at www.valexlease.com or call 0244 644048. Be prudent and lease a copier. Terms and conditions apply. Valex Lease is a wholly owned Ghanaian company. Valex Lease, affordable document management solutions.
Enterprise Blue FM.
Enterprise Blue FM, the best.
It's DJ E on Enterprise Blue FM. Guys, after the heavy rains this week, we are looking for the calmest person in Ghana. Who's the most chill person you know right now? Let's go.
DJ, it has to be Mansa. Look, the flood entered her house and completely submerged her car. Next thing I see on her WhatsApp status, she's smiling and sipping tea on her balcony. Like me, I'll be crying, but she's totally relaxed. DJE, it's true. Mansa's home and car are destroyed. But this girl is not stressing at all. She just tells us everything is under control. Hey, Mansa, how?
Wow, Mansa, we need your secret too.
They say Entoa, but when unexpected floods strike, we've got you covered. At Enterprise Insurance, with over 100 years of experience, we say whether it's home, motor, travel, or insurance for your business, Entoa, if it happens, chill.
Enterprise, your advantage.
Syntax Tango! Syntax, hey, tough, hey, strong. If you want quality, this be where you belong. Syntax, hey, tough, hey, strong. Oh, gonna shout, sing the song. When the sun they hot, Syntax no break. When the rain they fall, still no shake. Builders they choose and plumbers they prove. Any project you they start.
Eno, you know what our father left us when he died?
Debts?
He left us land, Eno. But Nanayo said the land is his. The court said, come back in 2031.
Hey, that's not an inheritance. That's a curse, brother.
Real Ejapadia doesn't come with disputes. At Deftraco Woodlands, a 592-acre master plan gated city in Dawenya, your inheritance is waiting. Don't leave your children a court case. Leave them Deftraco Woodlands, the Ejapadia they'll be proud of. Visit woodlands.devtracogroup.com. Call or WhatsApp us today on 0208-732-302.
Kofi, I think we need to call them.
Deftraco Woodlands, where your roots run deep.
It's the most action-packed breakfast show in town. The hottest music, the best giveaways, the great interviews, and all the laughter and fun you can imagine. Don't miss the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. It's the best breakfast show in town.
I wanna see y'all who wanna plan with me. Wave your hands across the land if we family. Say hot damn, we want a jamboree. It's for my peeps here. I stand for you cause you stand for me. Come on, I know I jam. Well, oh damn, I know I jam. Oh, Bori, I know I jam. Well, oh damn, why don't you jamboree for me? Yes, indeed. Came on in, 8 limbs and Timbs. I know I jam, jam. Well, oh damn, I know I jam, jam. Oh, Bori, I know I jam, jam. Well, oh damn, why don't you jamboree for me? Yes, indeed.
Damn, baby.
Coffee in your cup. Enjoy on the
Here I go again, girls. What's my weakness? Okay, then chillin', minding my business. Yo, so I looked around and I couldn't believe this. I swear, I stared, my niece, my witness. The brother had it going on with something kinda wicked. Had to kick it. I'm not shy, so I asked for the digits. I hope no, that don't make me see what I want. Slip, slide to it quickly. Felt it in my hips, so I dip back to my bag of tricks. Then I flip forward dip, made me wanna do tricks on them, lick them like a lollipop should be lit. Came to my senses and I chill for a bit. Don't know how you do the voodoo that you do so well. This is so hell, makes me wanna shoot.
Coffee in your cup. Enjoy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet. On Joy 99.7 FM.
Switches from yelling to mumbling. You ain't a pal of me. My family ties, but not with Mallory. My analogy ain't for salary. As I roll reality through galaxies. For centuries, it's sent to me with the scent of weed. With a chain representing penitentiaries. From Warren Town to Boateng, from North to Illtown. And all you know from life is right, cause the person wasn't dropping too fast. I was flying too low. You think I'm rocking too quick? I think you listen too slow. I'm erupting, constructing a pump and assumption. You diss while your family saying the best things is humping. Strucking by an obstruction of turning something to nothing from one thing to more things is the ripping every function. Funking it up, pumping it up, jumping the ducks, looking a hump, misjumping the trunk, pumping me up. Jersey homies are the craziest. New York homies are the craziest. DC homies are the craziest. Philly homies are the craziest. California homies are the craziest. Chi-town homies are the craziest. Texas homies are the craziest. Utah homies are the craziest. My lyrics be laced with 40 ounces of funk and stuff. You get brushed, you get bust. You call yourself calling my bluff. Enough's enough. I'm putting it down on the real, and this one goes out to all the people who be questioning my skill. Niggas, I've been rocking since League 12, and we feel that we build careers of steel. So all the rest come up and test, but only stress is what you'll find thinking. Vinny don't write, and Vinny can rhyme shrinking. The sleeping MC, I eat like good and plenty. Lyrically spanking, yeah, that's why they call me Uncle Vinny. And oh yes, I just appeal to the masses. Young told folks to upper lower middle classes. They don't begin with no lying professor. They begin when they pick up the pen and pad up off the dresser. Lesser, a man should never challenge a clan with 13 years experience. A ripping mics put in our hand. Detroit homies are the craziest. Miami homies are the craziest. Little Rock homies are the craziest. Oaktown homies are the craziest. I got barbarians to regard me into the club that bored me with. Abroad got thrown like Babon. I've been born to get thrown aboard. A brim is broke to the back. I brawl and bad from brains to balls. The boots were the barbarian boot break the loop. Blowing up breaks up boom like Babe Ruth. Assume the same suit drop that flush with the flavor Kasha. Guess last name is Suzuki, but still my side.
It is alive here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. Governor, who did this song?
Naughty by Nature.
Okay. Naughty by Nature.
Naughty by Nature.
I like it on Sundays at 2 p.m. The Ultimate also says, my name is Naughty by Nature. Yeah, I like that.
This is from the album 1993. And I remember it. Craziest. Love it. Love it.
Okay. You
used to play it in my bedroom when I was a teenager.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Now you are getting to Methuselah also. We'll take it like that. Lots of issues up for discussion this morning. We'll tell you. We'll share the filler we have.
Yes.
On the media review with you. But also this morning, Kojo, I'm concerned about our roads. I don't know whether you've seen these concrete mixtures. Okay, you see them on the road. And look, a place like the Ghana Standards Authority area, okay, when you drive on that road, you can feel the concrete on the road. And years ago, we asked the question, why would these concrete mixtures leave concrete on our asphalt roads that eventually deteriorate the road? I don't know if you've had that experience, Kojo.
You see, I've seen them. So what is causing it is that these construction vehicles, like the mixers, cement mixers, when they are driving, and I've driven behind some of them before, right, in traffic. As they are going along, first of all, the mixing barrel or whatever it's called, that thing that rotates on the back, is not cleaned, right? So they're moving from a construction job, moving from one place to another. They've just been mixing cement. So the thing is covered in the cement mixture. It's dripping from it, from the inside of it, from the outside of it. And they're just driving along on the road and dropping droplets of concrete along the asphalt road as they go. And Comfort, let me tell you, you cannot wipe it off. When it dries up, it becomes this hard callus on the road that makes every car bump over it as you go along. You've just destroyed the road. It's going to require major overhauling to fix it. The whole surface is gone just because this vehicle has dropped its excrement of concrete on it as it drove along. Look, I keep talking about how we have these little signs that are showing that we are not civilized people. And this is one of them. Look, in other parts of the world, people go and walk their dogs, and when their dogs poop on the ground, they scoop it up. They don't leave that mess there and walk away. And here we have big companies, construction companies, driving along, destroying our major roads. All of them. I tell you, every major road in this city has those horrible concrete stains on them. Every single one of them. And these companies are destroying all of these roads, and nobody is calling them to account. What is that? Clean up after yourself, or clean up before you move the vehicle. In fact, if this happened in any other part of the world, you would have to bear the cost of the whole reconstructing the whole road, because you've undone years of work just because you can't just clean your vehicle before you move it. What sort of recklessness is that? Spoiling public property just which could easily be avoided.
Exactly. And so this morning, look, if you've seen any, why don't you share it with us? Okay, and for those of you who are driving behind them, like Kojo did some time ago, you can actually take videos. That's if you have someone in the vehicle with you, if you're driving, please don't do that. Okay, share these pictures and videos with us here on the Super Morning Show. Let's name and shame them. We cannot continue like that. Okay, because we're just destroying the roads that we build, and it costs between $1 million and more than $1 million to construct an asphalt road in this country.
I just looked it up. It's saying that it's anywhere between $500,000 and $3 million to construct an asphalt road in this country.
And we're destroying it.
With these little droplets of concrete.
All right. So let's get interactive this morning here on the Super Morning Show. Join us on X, use the hashtag JoySMS, and then on WhatsApp 055-111-1997. But time now to talk water tanks, and I'm sure by now you know the secret to real water storage. It's simple. If your tank doesn't have the tortoise on it, then you know it's not the correct tank, because the tortoise tank, Syntex tank, is the champion of water tanks. Strong, durable, and built to handle Ghanaian weather. So rain or shine, Syntex tank has your back. So my people, go outside, check your tank. And if it doesn't have the tortoise on it, then you know it's time to upgrade. Join the Syntex family today and enjoy water storage. That's stuff like a tortoise. Call 0244-335-168 to buy now, or find one of our 400 agents nationwide. You can also shop online at syntexgh.com. Syntex tank, strong, tough. But Omni Basic Bank wants you to know that fraud doesn't wear a mask. You know why? Because fraud doesn't look suspicious anymore. It can sound polite, seem helpful, urgent, and can even appear to come from someone you trust. But the moment you're asked to share your PIN or one-time password OTP or click a suspicious link, that's your cue to be alert. When in doubt, always pause, think, and verify. Shine your eyes and protect your account. Spot the fraud. Stop the fraud. For assistance, call 0307086000. Omni Basic Bank, not just another bank. And I want you to give your business the competitive edge it deserves at the Dawa Industrial Zone, a world-class industrial park spread across 2,000 acres of prime industrial land with modern infrastructure, strategic connectivity, and a thriving ecosystem of manufacturers, heavy industries. Look, Dawa Industrial Area is the ideal destination for growth and expansion. Position your business for success in one of West Africa's fastest growing industrial hubs. Call 055204 0000 today, or visit diz-ghana.com. Our industrial zone where industry thrives. So from now till the end of October 2026, Bank of Africa is offering short-term loans at very slim rates to salaried workers. Emphasis on slim, small. What's it then? So they understand that you have urgent needs to sort out, and that's why they give you that quick turnaround time. So whether it's school fees, car maintenance, or that much deserved family vacation, Bank of Africa will sort you out fast. Visit the nearest branch or chat Fafa at boaghana.com to sign up. You may also WhatsApp them on 0244 338226 for inquiries. Sometimes all you need is a quick fix. Bank of Africa, strong as a group, as close as a partner, and your security starts with you. If you don't share it, they can't have it. Shine your eyes. This is a fraud led by Bank of Africa in partnership with the Ghana Association of Banks. So I want your journey to start on your phone, okay? If you're going to Kumasi from Accra or coming from Kumasi to Accra with the Oya bus ride, it puts you in control of your intercity travel. You can book your trip from your phone, choose your preferred seat, select your pickup location, track your journey, and even monitor driver behavior for added peace of mind. Download the Oya Bus Ride app today on the Google Play Store or the App Store and discover why your journey should begin on your phone. Oya Bus Ride, no giddy giddy. Oya, let's go. So why buy a multifunctional photocopier when you can lease and pay as you copy and print, or design your own payment plan to lease an A4 or A3 heavy-duty MFP with sorter, stapler finisher, and production machine with sorter, stapler finisher, and enjoy free toners or cartridges, free repairs, free maintenance, centralized monitoring of all staff, and nationwide coverage. Forget about the unnecessary expensive gimmicks and save yourself over 60% cost. Join the hundreds of satisfied customers across every sector in all the 16 regions and lease an MFP from us. That's Valex Lease. So visit valexlease.com or call 0244-644-048 or 0535-208-661 or 0208-603-312. Remember, Valex Lease, the wholly owned Ghanaian company. Terms and conditions apply. Valex Lease, affordable document management solutions. But parents, do you know why your children leave home looking very neat and return looking so different? Well, I'll tell you. Non-stop action, all the learning and sports burn energy. So those sweat stains, torn uniforms, and dirty shoes, they show that your kid has been very active. And that's why they need nourishment and energy at breakfast. So give them the nutritious Milo every day. Milo contains vitamin D that supports energy release to help the daily performance. Milo, energy to go further. And this is FDA approved. But if you want extra peace of mind for you and your family, get more Enidaso from Glyco Life, a life insurance plan that truly delivers. Enjoy free e-health services, a guaranteed death benefit for your loved ones, and a permanent disability benefit that supports you through life's unexpected challenges. It's simple, secure, and just $1 away. Dial star 765 hash now to sign up. Glyco, we cushion you for life. So imagine choosing your own global destination, enjoying flights, a 4-star hotel, and an unforgettable experience, all paid for. Stanbic Bank, in collaboration with MasterCard, are making it possible. With a World on Your Card promo, simply sign up for a new Money Wallet MasterCard, load or reload $200 or more between now and the 14th of August 2026 to stand a chance to win a worldwide travel package for 2 to a destination listed on priceless.com. Simply put, the World on Your Card and stand tall. And you know Franco is your leading mobile phone, accessories, and electronic retail outlet. You can get items such as Nokia, Samsung, iPhone, smart TVs, Franco air conditioners, chest freezers, and refrigerators, washing machines, microwave blender, generator, and more. And you can also get all other mobile phone brands and accessories from all their shops nationwide with up to 40% discount on their digital platforms. Call the official numbers on 0246422338 or 0555939311. And then 0302-225651. Or download the new Franco Trading app Franco on the Google Play Store, or you can visit their website at francotrading.com. Franco Trading Enterprise, steel, phone, fee. But have you had incredible benefits of Exilium from Total Energies? Well, let me tell you more about this premium fuel with its amazing 3-in-1 power. Total Energies introduces Exilium new formula, the additive enriched fuel with its amazing 3-in-1 action that cleans your engine, extends its life, and lowers your fuel consumption. Thanks to the cumulative effect of its anti-corrosion, anti-wear, and detergent additives, Exilium new formula also lowers your vehicle's fuel consumption while reducing CO2 emissions. You will drive, sir. Experience the difference with Totalany's Exilium new formula. Choose Exilium. Choose quality. Stay with us. We'll be right back with sports, birthdays, and food for thought here on the Super Morning Show.
Your home standing here close to the Alajo drain. You're looking directly into the main channel of the Odo River. More than a week ago, this basin overflowed its banks. Water went into homes, shops, into people's lives. We stood in a place like this and told you why. We did a whole episode on it. 66 years of flood and it's still the same city, same story. And then a week after that episode aired, it flooded badly. One of the worst we've ever seen. And this time, we went looking for a very specific answer. Not why does Accra flood. We already told you that. This time, where exactly did the water used to go and who built on top of it? Because new research is out and it doesn't just say Accra floods, it shows you building by building how we build the floods ourselves. Last time, we asked why Accra floods after 66 years of knowing the answer. Today, we're going one layer deeper into the actual maps, the actual satellite images, the actual buildings that are sitting where flood water is supposed to go. This is a story of encroachment, and honestly, it's more shocking than I expected. Let's get into it. I'm Jacqueline Ansumaya, and this is Joy News Explains. Okay, before the scary numbers, let's slow down because encroachment sounds like a big technical word. It's actually really simple. So I asked Jason of our research desk to break it down like he's explaining it to a 10-year-old.
All right, so imagine your bathtub. When you fill it up and it starts to overflow, where does the water go? To the drain on the floor, right? As long as that drain is clear, the water disappears and your bathroom stays dry. Now imagine someone glues a brick over that drain. The water has nowhere to go. So what happens? It just spreads across the floor, under the door, and everywhere. That is Accra's situation. Except instead of a bathroom floor, it's an entire city. And instead of a brick, it's buildings, houses, shops, warehouses built directly on top of the natural drains of the city. The rivers, the wetlands, the basins that are supposed to hold and carry water away. Every one of those blue lines used to be open land or water. A flood plain, a wetland, a basin, nature's own bathtub drain. But today, a lot of them look like this. And here's the part that should worry you. This isn't a small occasional problem anymore. New research just measured exactly how much worse it has gotten. And the numbers are wild.
So this new research comes from GARID. That's the Greater Accra Resilient and Integrated Development Project. The same World Bank funded program we told you about in the last episode. Their GIS informatic officer, Bernard McAfee, presented this on Joy News File. And it's basically a satellite by satellite record of how Accra ate its own drainage system. Let's go basin by basin, and I want you to really look at these pictures. First is the Densu Wager floodplains. These wetlands used to be natural water storage, basically giant sponges that soak up flood water before it reaches homes. This is Tetegu. Left side is 2010, right side is 2026. That is not a typo. That's the same location. The sponge is now gone. It's only left with rooftops now. Next one is the Otojo wetlands, part of the Lafa Basin. It's the same story but a different location. Between 2010 and 2025, this floodplain lost most of its natural storage capacity to development and land reclamation. Land reclamation is a polite way of saying people fill the wetland with sand and rubble so they could build on it. The wetland doesn't come back after that. It's actually gone. Now, this one might be the most dramatic number in the whole report. It's about a stream, the Kojo stream, which feeds into the Kweshi Lagoon. It was 261 meters wide in 2002. It's now moved to 10.6 meters in 2026. That's not shrinking. That's almost gone. A stream that was once as wide as 2 football pitches is now barely wider than this room. And the Tessa Dam tells the same story. For those who don't know it, Tessa Dam sits near the East Legon Boundary Road. Satellite lines from 2008 compared to 2026 show the water body shrinking as development presses in from every side. And then there's Sakomono. This one I actually covered it myself in 2025 and early 2026 when demolitions first started at Sakomono Ramsar site. I remember it clearly. There was real resistance from residents when the demolitions began. People had built homes there. Some had lived there for years. And suddenly they were being told they were sitting on protected wetland. It wasn't a simple story of bad people building illegally. It was people who bought land, built lives, and then
for
found out
444 cedis and 500 megabits per second for 999 all per month. So pick what fits your home. No data caps, no slowdowns. Just fiber built for real life. MTN fiber for home. Your speed, your home, your choice. Only MTN everywhere you go. And you know, for 130 years, Standard Chartered has been more than a bank. They've been a partner in progress, from helping establish Ghana's financial system to building businesses and connecting them to the world, from helping generations grow and protect their wealth to powering innovation and supporting communities thrive. Today, they stand on 130 years of heritage to power your ambitions and unlock opportunities. As always, they believe they can achieve more by partnering with us, Standard Chartered, here for good. But if you're looking for premium electronics and home appliances at unbeatable value, choose Hisense, Ghana's trusted brand for innovation, quality, durability, and affordability. And you know, as one of Ghana's leading electronics brand, they stand firmly behind the quality and reliability of their products, and that's why customers enjoy up to 5-year manufacturer's defect warranty on their products, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. With conveniently located showrooms across Ghana, getting your favorite Hisense product has never been easier. Hisense, best for quality, best for durability, best for energy efficiency, best for affordability, best for style, best for technology. Call them on 0302 55 0000 or visit hisense.com.gh for inquiries and more information. Follow Hisense on Facebook, Instagram, X, and YouTube for the latest promotions, product launches, and exciting offers. Hisense, everyday prices for everyday people. Achue.
Winston, good morning to you and to all of our listeners. Welcome aboard to the Joy Sports Centre. Let's start from the UK, where the Commonwealth Games is upon us. And Ghana's team has arrived in Glasgow, Scotland. They arrived on Tuesday ahead of the competition, which starts on Thursday and runs until the 2nd of August. Now, the 40-member contingent competing in athletics, para-athletics, boxing and other events received a warm welcome from the Chief of Mission, NSS Danso, before settling into the Games Village. Well, after months of preparation, the team is already training with the Black Bombers confident of making Ghana proud.
My name is Nancy Banfo. I'm feeling very good and I'm trained and I'm well prepared for the tournament. Me, I'm a soldier, so if participating in this competition is an opening up for the female and then myself as well, and then I'm standing in for Ghana and I'm standing in for the armed forces, Ghana Armed Forces, so it means a lot to me. We've prepared very well and this time around to make sure we make Ghana proud. The last come we won 2 silver, 1 bronze, but this time around we're going to win gold medal. We are all confident, we are all comfortable, and we are all ready. We are all ready to make it to the top.
Some members of the Black Bombers team speaking there. Their head coach, Ofori Asare, believes he selected the best boxers to represent Ghana.
So it's a big opportunity for Ghana coming here and have most of the good boxers, the best boxers in the Commonwealth coming here, not only for the Commonwealth but beyond the Commonwealth. It can take you to the Olympic level because you are seeing all these boxers here are the same boxers that will continue campaigning for the Olympics. We've trained a lot and I believe in the preparation of my boxers, and I've been seeing some results from their preparation.
Coach Ofori Asare manages the Black Bombers. Well, in some local football news, Premier League champions Mediama have signed midfielder Eche Douglas from Hearts of Lions on a 3-year deal ahead of the new season. He's 22 years of age and he is Mediama's 4th signing as they strengthen their squad for their title defense and, of course, the CAF Champions League. Remember, Mediama are already in Cote d'Ivoire for their pre-season preparations. Meanwhile, Kumasi Asante Kotoko, they've got a new coach, Eric Tinkler, the AFCON winning player, with South Africa. These days, he's a coach, having worked with Orlando Pirates, Super Sports United, and the likes in South Africa. Well, his latest journey is taking him to Ghana, where he's now coaching Kumasi Asante Kotoko, who have won just one league title in the last decade and have not reached the CAF Champions League group stage in 20 years, with only one Confederations Cup group stage appearance in 10 years. Here's Tinkler speaking about his motivation to restore the club amongst Africa's elites.
The club, which is a massive African giant club, is a club with a lot of history in African football, has kindly slipped down the table. Now, to see that happen to a club of this nature and this stature is obviously massively disappointing. And obviously they come off the back of what would be regarded as a very poor season, having finished 8th in the league. Coming to the club, I know the pressure that is obviously going to be under me, because we need to achieve, we need to win things, we need to get this club back to where it belongs. We don't want to be calling it a sleeping giant, we want to be calling it a giant again.
That was Eric Tinkler, the new head coach of Kumasi Asante Kotoko, speaking. Elsewhere on the continent, Burkina Faso, Mali and Niger have jointly bid to host the 2032 African Cup of Nations. The three military-led nations submitted their proposal after the Confederation of African Football opened the bidding process for the 2028, 32 and 36 AFCON tournaments. The Malian Football Federation says the bid is founded on solidarity, regional integration and sustainable development of African football. CAF President Patrice Motsepe spoke about their bid at his press conference yesterday in South Africa.
We don't know at this stage where the AFCON is going in 28, 32 and 36. And Burkina Faso, Niger and Mali will have as good a chance as everybody else. They are not going to be disadvantaged or prejudiced by the fact that they're military juntas. But you raise a very important point. The questions of safety and security, and those are questions that we will have to address.
Patrice Motsepe is the CAF president. He also confirmed that he will not be running for a third term as CAF president, but justified why he's supporting Gianni Infantino to run for a third term as FIFA president.
And nobody is going to persuade me to serve more than 2 terms in CAF. It's not going to happen. And we took a decision to support, and I personally support Infantino. He's not just a good friend, he's a loyal friend. He's loyal to Africa. To help in Africa, that excites me. FIFA doesn't need me. So nobody's going to be able to persuade me to change my views on those things. But also because there are other people who are very good and who will do a good job. We've got to be careful that we don't start focusing too much on certain individuals.
That was Patrice Motsepe, who's the CAF president. Finally, from his press conference, the Women's African Cup of Nations kicks off this Sunday in Morocco, and Motsepe has announced a 100% increase in the prize money for the winner.
We've increased the prize money by 900%. Last year, when I became president, the winner of the women's competition got 200,000. And then we got it to 1 million. Now they get 2 million. So you win. We've increased the prize money for the winner by 100%. We've increased the overall, the money that so the winner gets 2 million. Which has been increased enormously, but we've also increased by 495%. When the current leadership got into football, the total money that was spent for the women's football on the continent was 975,000. Now it's close to 6 million.
Yes, the good news of the prize money increments for the Women's African Cup of Nations. Let's move the conversation on to the Major League Soccer, which says it is investigating allegations of tampering by Inter Miami after the club signed Brazil midfielder Casemiro. The investigation concerns Casemiro's discovery rights and MLS regulation that gives a specific club first refusal over a player should they want to join. A club may have up to 5 players on their discovery list at any time and can add or remove the players. Man City midfielder Phil Foden has signed a new 4-year contract which will keep him at the club until 2030. He's 26 years of age and is approaching a first season under Enzo Maresca, who is now replacing Pep Guardiola as Manchester City But still in matters relating to the Premier League and Ipswich Town, they have signed Morocco defender Issa Diop from Fulham for £8.5 million after signing Fatawu Issahaku for £20 million 2 days ago. The 29-year-old centre-back, he signed a deal until the summer of 2030. Aston Villa, they've agreed a loan deal for Chelsea winger Alejandro Garnacho until the end of next season, or the season we're about to approach, with an obligation to buy. He's already completed a medical in Birmingham and has pre-agreed a 4-year contract at Villa if the loan deal becomes permanent. So that's it as far as the transfers are concerned. Arsenal, yesterday they released a statement that William Saliba will be out for an extended period, but he will not require surgery. So I guess that's a bit of a consolation for him, and we do wish him speedy recovery. William Saliba, fine player he is.
Yeah, he is, and congratulations to Fatawu Issahaku. But at Ipswich, who's their coach now? Is it still Makina? Okay, Gary O'Neill. Yeah. Okay, well, maybe they would survive this time around. Anyway, thank you very much, Victor Achu Tamakolo, for joining us with the latest in the world of sports. Time now for Food for Thought, brought to us by Roverman Productions. B, the difference. Uncle, good morning.
My favorite, how about you say?
Uncle, I missed your birthday. Belated happy birthday to you.
Well, thank you. You have to wish me another thing today.
Today is your marriage anniversary?
Yeah, today is my 43rd marriage anniversary.
43rd marriage anniversary. Oh,
yes, sir.
Uncle, in fact, you inspire and encourage us that it is well. We can also get to 40 years. I have done 10 years. So,
all right, okay.
I am looking forward to 50 years. You've done 43. We are praying for you.
But even the 10 years, have they not come so quickly?
This table. Well, if you look back, yes. But
we are looking back. We are not looking forward.
Yeah. But if you look forward to the next 10 years, that's a long time.
Well, I'm talking about my marriage today. So let me go on with it. Today, 23rd July, is a very special day for me. It marks my 43rd wedding anniversary to Florence. Yes, on the 23rd of July, 1983, in the midst of drought and hunger and famine in Ghana, the most unlikely event, at least according to my mother, took place: my wedding. My mother did not think I was marriage material. Looking back on 43 years, oh yes, my mother did not believe it. In fact, this is a woman who congratulated my wife on our 10th anniversary and said, "Hey, Florence, ayaze. The story of that I'll share later, not today. Looking back on 43 years of marriage, I think the story of my marriage can be entitled "How to Move from a Clueless Husband to a Student of Love and Marriage." Like most young men, I thought I knew what I was doing when I put on that suit and stood in front of God's altar at the St. Luke's Methodist Church at Abosiokan that Saturday in July of 1983 and exchanged vows with Florence. After 43 years, I admit now, to my shame and also amusement, that I was clueless. I did not know what I was doing. Florence did, but I did not know. In the first place, I had grown without knowing anything about that wonderful but puzzling creature called woman. I had attended mixed schools right from primary school, but somehow I had not cultivated any close relationship with any girl. Timidity kept me from even trying. But because I had sat in class with girls, it did not occur to me that girls were different from boys, except in the obvious difference in our specific anatomy. I had no idea that a woman's mind works very differently from that of a man. I had no idea that women have their own brand of logic that men will forever struggle to follow. And because I didn't know that I didn't know, I made no effort to learn. I didn't know there was anything to learn. My years in Youth for Christ, spanning 10 years, beginning from 1974, brought me in closer contact with girls, but it was in my capacity as their spiritual leader. And I realized that when people are dealing with their spiritual leader, they bury their humanity as much as they can. My peers in Youth for Christ were also not that much into relationships. The focus was almost exclusively on spiritual growth and purity. And so the young people who were leading made sure we, as their leaders, did not know what was really going on in their lives. And even when my fellow leaders and I began to surrender to the hormones asserting themselves in us, and we began to see girls as girls and began to get into relationships, we did not talk about our relationships. We regarded those conversations as carnal and off the table for us. I know now that we did ourselves a great disservice. When Florence and I decided to marry, we submitted ourselves to counseling. Our counselor, a very experienced man and counselor, knew me as a Christian leader, and I assumed that since I was a Christian leader, I should know a lot, and so he did not go deep in the counseling. And since I thought I knew a lot, it was fine with me. So for me, the early days of marriage came as a huge gender shock. Winston, you know, people talk of cultural shock. I am talking about gender shock. What has saved me and my marriage is that I have been blessed to be married to a woman who gave me room to grow as a man. In the early days especially, I made a lot of mistakes, and we are still dealing with some of the fallouts of those early mistakes. But thank God I have learned my lessons and the lessons I needed to learn. And I have been fortunate that I have had opportunities to put the lessons I have learned along the way at the disposal of others. I am not a perfect husband, but I am a surviving husband. And I have shared the lessons of how I have survived this institution called marriage with many, with the world. That has been my privilege and my honor. And for that, I have my wife, Florence, to thank for her patience and maturity. Today, many people know only the husband who is a senior and a teaching assistant in the school of marriage. And some men wish they could be husbands like me. And there are women who wish their husbands could have my attitude and insight into marriage and into how to treat a woman. What they do not know is that I did not begin here. It has been a long and difficult journey to this point, and I wish every man will be willing to learn and allow marriage to teach them. And I also wish women will give their men, their husbands, room to grow and become the kind of husbands they could become. For a man, marriage is not easy, and yet the Bible says, "He who finds a wife finds a good thing and obtains favor from the Lord." End of quote. Note that the Bible does not say that he who finds a wife has an easy and comfortable life. I would be very surprised to meet a man who can say truthfully that his life is easy and comfortable because of marriage. Jesus did not talk much about marriage, but one of the few times he did, one of the few times Jesus talked about marriage and explained what God intended marriage to be, his disciples exclaimed in shock and anguish, "Hey, Lord, if this is how marriage is like, then it is better for a man not to marry you." Well, no, marriage is not easy on a man, but neither is the rod and staff of a shepherd on his sheep. And yet the Bible says, "Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me." The truth is that sometimes that which causes us pain is a blessing in disguise. Without the rod and staff of the shepherd, the sheep could get themselves into trouble. And I believe that And I believe that is marriage for a man. It is not easy nor comfortable for a man. And yet without it, a man could get himself into unnecessary trouble. I look back on 43 years of marriage and I say, God has been good and merciful to me. And I look back on the 43 years and say, thank you. Thank you, Florence Sandra Akuye White, a.k.a. Bishop, a.k.a. Commander, a.k.a. James chapter 20, a.k.a. Jima, a.k.a. Shitolo. You have made a husband of me. I love you today more than I did 43 years ago. And Winston, that is my presentation for this morning.
Hey, Uncle.
Yes,
I like all the also known as, particularly the Shitolu.
Yeah. There's a whole story. I think I can do a whole series on the Shitolu and how it came about. Yes.
Uncle, you have a lot to say.
And for those of you listening, my wife is sitting right in front of me as I do this presentation. So this is not behind her back.
Oh, okay. Good to know. You know, you said that marriage is not easy and comfortable for a man.
At all.
Yes. Well, you know, I can agree with you. I would also say that what makes marriage easy for a man is that the absence of the woman when she travels and how the man struggles shows the man that with a woman by his side, he's always comfortable. So it's not easy, but, you know, try it when the woman is on a vacation alone. That's when you realize that it is not your life. There's something missing in your life. No wonder.
Winston,
Yes, Uncle.
Winston, you are a clever politician. I know what you are trying to do. Trying to lay the groundwork for your going back home.
Uncle, you're on your own. Thank you very, very much for joining us with Food for Thought. And my auntie, Misonu Amu, says congratulations to you, and may God continue to inspire and impact all men and upcoming husbands. Happy 43rd anniversary to you and your darling wife, Florence.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that very much.
Okay. Thank you very, very much, Uncle. But let's get interactive this morning here on the Super Morning Show. Social media messages brought to us by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, number 10 liver salty refreshing relief, and Cowbell Coffee with you every moment. So, do you really know how money moves in Ghana? Okay, give it a thought. Do you know how money moves in Ghana? Okay, I'll tell you. Because at EcoBank, we know it doesn't only move on payday, it moves every day, connecting Ghanaians with their families, communities, and businesses. There's airtime sent to a sister, transport, money for daddy, support for a cousin's education, contribution towards family funeral, and a helping hand when it matters most. You know, in Ghana, money is more than a transaction. It's people supporting people, families helping families, and communities moving forward together. And that's why there's EcoBank, a bank built for the way Ghanaians and Africans move money, with one seamless banking experience across 34 African countries. EcoBank digital platforms connect people, businesses, and opportunities in Ghana and across the continent. So pay bills, transfer money, access ATM services, and manage your finances anytime, anywhere with the EcoBank mobile app. USSD star 770 hash. EcoBank online and EcoBank ATMs nationwide. EcoBank is the Pan-African Bank. And on Big Stories this morning, brought to us by Telecel Connecting Energies, Lancaster University, Ghana, the only British university campus in West Africa, and Awake Natural Mineral Water, one for life. We're building up to the media review of the 2026 budget. What are your expectations? What do we know so far? And that fella, we'll share them with you. But you know your money deserves the safest home. With Telecel Cash, you're protected every step of the way. No risk, no worries, no long stories, just peace of mind. Dial star 110 hash or download the Telecel Play app now for safe, secure transactions. Telecel Cash, the safer choice. Send the keke. And every day your body needs clean water, refreshing water. So Awake Water is carefully produced to keep you refreshed and hydrated. Purified, refreshing, and purpose-driven. Through our One for Life campaign, we support people living with various cardiovascular diseases, where every bottle you drink, an amount of money is donated to the National Cardiothoracic Center in Kolebu. Drink Water, Drink Awake, proudly produced by Kasapreku PLC. Awake Purified Drinking Water, One for Life. Drink Water, Drink Awake, available nationwide. And this is FDA approved. Time now for the Business Minute, and it's brought to us by Consolidated Bank Ghana CBG. We stand with you. Anointed Engineering Services, the Generator Experts, Palladium Residences, Live Smart, Invest Better, SkyStar Technologies, performance that delivers every time, Pegasus Publishing, shaping minds, winning futures.
Hello, welcome to the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Anointed Engineering Services Limited, the Generator Experts. Finance Minister Dr. Kansel Boateng is expected to present the 2026 Media Budget Review to Parliament this afternoon with the aim of consolidating recent economic gains and boosting investor confidence. Ahead of the presentation, tax analyst Francis Tumobo is urging government to strengthen tax administration while sustaining gains made in the first half of the year. The Bank of Ghana and the Ghana Gold Board are finalizing a new financing model to support the country's gold purchase program while easing pressure on the central bank's balance sheet. Governor Dr. Johnson Isiama says details will be announced soon. Elsewhere, Republicans in the U.S. House have approved a $95 billion budget plan that includes funding for President Donald Trump's Iran war, despite growing political concerns over the conflict and rising energy prices. And that's the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Anointed Engineering Services Limited, the Generator Experts.
Welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. And you know, the Anointed Engineering Services Limited, now they're into the sale of ultra silent, fuel efficient diesel generating sets with sizes ranging from 5 kVA to 3000 kVA at competitive prices. And for every generator you acquire, you will enjoy a 5-year warranty. They also undertake maintenance and repairs of all kinds of diesel generating sets. The services include a 24-hour emergency service, sale of genuine spare parts, reliable rental service, professional advice, sale of tire lights and rental. Locate their East Legon branch at 26 Boundary Road, Legon, close to AH Hotel, and head office at number 77 Anointed House on the main Odoko Malam Highway near the Odoko traffic light. They also have 21 branches nationwide, and they're into skill training. They have a training school that trains students in generators and plants, auto mechanics, electricals and controls, and solar installations, offering 80% hands-on training and 20% theory. So call them on 0243 480 334 or 0246 423534. Anointed, the Generator Experts. And lots of you sending your messages. From Mighty Crocs says, from Major Mahama roundabout towards Palace Mall, the cement drops have destroyed a section of the road. Where is our Ghana Highways or Road Authorities? Ghana, my motherland. And this one says, these mobile concrete mixers sometimes drop the leftover concrete on or by the side of the road. For example, the side road of the Adenta Junction to Rates Junction. Okay, so you could definitely tell us, what you've seen on the road, how these concrete mixers have been dropping concrete on our roads, and as a result, affecting the roads. And I've just seen a video, on the Standards Authority stretch of road, close to the traffic light, you sharing with me, how these droplets hardened on the road. And it's so uncomfortable when you're driving, okay? So, and I use that side, and I always feel very, very uncomfortable. So, look, share them with us. And for these concrete mixers also, you are destroying the road. And we'll call on the authorities to make sure that those who do so are actually picked up and made to fix the road. We cannot continue like this. But when we return after these messages, our friends from the Ghana Commodity Exchange are joining us here on the Super Morning Show. We'll be right back.
Reasons to connect.
Sometimes too late that the land was never supposed to hold a house in the first place. A Ramsar site, by the way, is a wetland recognized internationally as important enough to protect. Ghana signed onto that commitment, and that commitment has been made a long time ago. Sakumono is one of them. And between 2010 and 2025, it experienced significant encroachment anyway. So across 4 basins, Densu, Weja, Lafa, Kweshi, Sakumono, The pattern is identical. Wetland becomes floodplain, becomes foundation. Now, here's where it gets specific because this report didn't just look at basins in general. It measured assembly by assembly exactly how many buildings are sitting where they legally should never be. There's a law, a simple one. Anything within 25 meters of a major drain, river, or stream is a no-build zone. It's meant to protect the water's path and let engineers maintain the drains. I asked Jason to walk us through the numbers, assembly by assembly. I want you to brace yourselves for this one.
So Gary looked at 17 assemblies across the Greater Accra region. Let's start with 6 that really stood out. Yankson Central had 793 structures in the buffer zone as at 2022, and 8 new ones were added by June 2026. The total now 801. Yankson East also had 337 in 2022 and 157 new structures added. So the total 494. That's a huge jump in just 4 years. Gas Central had 2,275 structures already in 2022 and 54 new ones were added. That brings the total to 2,329 structures. Ablekuma West, this one jumped the hardest. 904 structures in 2022 and 389 new structures were added by June this year. The total 1,293. North, 1,049 structures in 2022, 212 new ones added, bringing the total to 1,261 structures. Okankwe North, 596 in 2022, 133 new ones added, bringing the total to 729. And that's just 6 assemblies. The full report covers 17. And one honest exception, Ablekuma Central, 6 structures in the buffer zone in 2022. There were no new ones added by June 2026. So it means that it can be done. It's just not being done almost anywhere else. 10,497 buildings sitting in the exact space the law reserved for water to pass through safely. 16% of Accra's drainage buffer zones just gone, occupied.
And this isn't an abstract planning document sitting in an office elsewhere. This report came out in the wake of actual floods that displaced thousands of people and killed people in the capital in June 2026. Garrett is basically saying, here's the receipt. Here's what cost it, building by building. But can I be honest with you for a second right now? We aired our last episode on Accra's flooding, the history, the 66 years, all of it. And exactly 1 week later, the city flooded again, badly. Some of the worst flooding we've ever seen in years. It wasn't satisfying to be right. It was awful. Yes. Because everything we said in that episode, the encroachments, the choke drains, the ignored laws, played out again in real time. A week later, not as a headline, but as people's homes, as shops, people's lives. And now, this Garrett data confirms it wasn't bad luck. It was buildings. Specific, countable, mappable buildings sitting exactly where the water needed to go. Urban planning experts have said this for years. Encroachment on waterways, construction inside drainage reserves, poor waste management, and weak enforcement of planning rules. Those are the drivers, not bad rain, not heavy rain, bad enforcement. This data is now expected to inform the government's post-flood mitigation committee. That is the group reviewing engineering, planning, and enforcement measures for the whole region. So here's where that leaves us. We now have satellite proof, not guesses, not opinions, of exactly how much Accra's natural flood protection has been swallowed by construction. A stream that shrank from 261 meters to 10.6 meters. A basin in Teteguda that went from open wetland to solid rooftops in 16 years. Over 10,000 buildings sitting inside buffer zones that are by law supposed to be empty. And I keep coming back to Sekomono because when the demolition started there, it wasn't simple at all. People rushed back, understandably, because for many of them, that land was home. That's the hard truth sitting underneath all these numbers. Enforcing this rule means telling real people who built real homes they have to leave. And doing nothing means water keeps coming for everyone downstream. Neither option is easy, but only one of them is honest about the risk. 16% of our drainage buffers is gone. 1 week after we told you why Accra floods, it flooded again. The data was already there before the water rose. It's here now. The question is whether it changes anything before the next rainy season. I'm Jacqueline Ansuma, and this has been Joy News Explains. If this helped you understand your own city a little better, share it with someone else who needs to see it too.
So I do think that, as the continental body, AU should take an interest in this issue because it has the potential to wreck everything that we have worked for: African solidarity, African integration, and all that. And so we sent a notice that we wanted to put it on the agenda for the AU meeting that was supposed to take place in Egypt. Unfortunately, that meeting was postponed. Yeah, but we're hoping that at the next opportunity, we will be able to put it on the agenda. President Ramaphosa sent a delegation to me yesterday. We met with them. And I explained the reason why it was important for us to discuss it. Sometimes these things happen. We want to sweep them under the carpet. But when we do that, we rather do not cure what the problem is, And so I told them, I said, Ghana, we don't harbor any malice against South Africa, but we're raising it as an issue for discussion to even give South Africa the opportunity to take that platform of the continental body and explain what they're doing to the world about the xenophobic attack. So I would want to advert your mind to it. We didn't get a reply or acknowledgement of our petition, so I just want to remind you that if at least we can get an acknowledgement, and if you would be kind enough to have it tabled, then we can have a discussion about it.
Thank you. Thank you.
It doesn't appear that the South African authorities are responding to the magnitude that one would expect them to do. The persons who are funding these xenophobic attacks are known, and they've been left free to continue to do what they want to do, and so it's become something they are doing with impunity.
The issue of xenophobic attacks on Africans, not only Ghanaians, African citizens from many countries in South Africa, is something that is really a big source of concern for the Commission. I was in South Africa a month ago. I met President Ramaphosa, and I met Minister Lamola. The statement, the official statement, is that we condemn that. We do not support that. And they made it even with me in a press conference with the foreign minister. He said if there are illegal migrants in South Africa, they have to be handled through the proper channels of the law of the country. This is the statements. But at the same time, we see that these people who are harassing our African fellow citizens are free to do whatever they want. That's terrible. That's something that sometimes makes us very sad. And sometimes you see people in uniforms just watching what's happening just next to them, and they see. And yesterday I was watching the news. A Mozambican lady was destroying her own, shop, so that she do not, leave it to these people who are coming to, take it over. She was destroying herself, her shop. She has been working there for 20 years. So the human cost of this situation is terrible.
The engine of our republic is faltering. The first quarter revenue missed the program target by about 4.5%. Oil revenue fell from about 19.8 billion Ghana cedis in 2024 to 8.
Okay, I hear you. You know, before the break, I said we were going to be joined by our friends from the Ghana Commodity Exchange. You know, we've been talking about it. This morning, we've been joined by Joseph Nai Anum, who's Manager Marketing and Business Development, and Wendy Mam, who's Head of Operations. Good morning, Joseph. Good morning, Wendy. Thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for having us.
I believe you're all doing well.
We are doing well. Thanks.
Good. But before we get into the conversation, let me tell you about Latest Foam. Because, look, sometimes buying inferior and cheap mattresses may seem like a good way to save money, okay? But do not fall for the trap. Because if you don't sleep well, you cannot work and think well. And ultimately, you're putting your health at risk, which can cause you a lifetime of discomfort and chronic pain. As responsible citizens, we should invest in safe, durable, and certified mattresses. And that's why we must all raise awareness to protect our families across the country. Latest Foam remains the tried and tested brand we all love for almost 60 years now. They offer you unmatched quality and durability for every Ghanaian home. Make the smart choice. Talk to them on 0302 231155 in Accra and then 0322029365 in Kumasi. For all your inquiries or walk into any of their outlets nationwide for your preferred choice. You can also visit them on latestfoamghana.com and all their social media platforms. Do not settle for less. Go for quality, buy Latest Foam or else, Charlie. You do yourself. Latest Foam is your partner for life. But CBG wants you to shine your eye when you receive urgent emails or messages about your CBG account. Fraudsters create fake websites that look exactly like the bank's website, okay? And they may send a link asking you to verify your details or risk losing access to your account. Once you enter your information, they can take control of your account. Before you click, check the link carefully and never click suspicious links. Instead, visit the nearest CBG branch, our website at cbg.com.gh or call us on 0302-216-000 for more information. Shine your eye, spot the fraud, stop the fraud. CBG, we stand with you. And this is brought to you in association with the Ghana Association of Banks. Okay, so let's get into the conversation now. And we know that one of the biggest, contradictions in Ghana's food system is that farmers often complain about the lack of markets while consumers complain about high food prices. The Ghana Commodity Exchange, as we know, was established to help address this challenge through trade, storage, and financing. But for persons who are not aware or who are probably hearing about the Ghana Commodity Exchange for the first time, what exactly is the Ghana Commodity Exchange and why was it established? Wendy.
Okay, thank you, Winston, and good morning to your listeners. So the Ghana Commodity Exchange is a market platform. We are set up to link the buyers and sellers of commodities. So we provide three main interventions, that is storage, access to markets, and then access to finance. So in terms of storage, we are located, or we have warehouses located close to the farming communities, where farmers can bring their produce right after harvest and store their commodities in our warehouse. By commodities, we are talking about the industrial ones and also the agri-commodities such as maize, soya, sesame, sorghum. Those are some of the commodities. So they can bring them directly to our warehouses for proper storage to ensure that we reduce post-harvest losses. When we talk about markets, we have a market platform, that's an electronic platform, where buyers and sellers meet and can trade their commodities or can buy or sell their commodities. On that platform, we have access to a wide variety of buyers, a wide variety of sellers, so you'll be able to sell your produce on that platform or you'll be able to buy. And then when it comes to access to finance, they are able to use whatever produce they've stored in our warehouse as a collateral to be able to access financing from some partner financial institutions. And that is on the sell side. When it comes to the buy side, we are also providing access to high quality produce for the buy side for use in their industries. So for example, a poultry farmer will be able to buy good maize from the Ghana Commodity Exchange, that's the right quality, and then they would also get the right quantity to be able to use in their production of animal feed or whatever use they need for of that produce.
Now, you talk about a lot of things. You talk about the fact that you could come and store them, that you have a platform where they can have access to, market. And even for those of us who are farmers, I'm a farmer too, we could come to you and buy. So, Joseph, How does the Ghana Commodity Exchange differ from the traditional way agricultural commodities are bought and sold in Ghana?
Thank you very much, Winston. So we differ in three major ways. The first one has to do with standards. So GCS ensures standards in terms of quality and quantity. So when we talk about quality, we're ensuring that the grains are good, they are AFLA free, they are tested and graded. And this helps the buyers and sellers to really know what they are trading for, so there's no confusion. In terms of weight too, we standardize all commodities into 50 kg, so there is no cheating anywhere. You ask for 50, you get 50. Then the next one, we differ in terms of convenience of buying and selling, and that's why we have the electronic trading platform. So you can trade from or buy or sell from anywhere once you are connected to our platform. You can sit in your homes, in your farms, even here at Joy, you can sit just linked to our system and discover prices for yourself. The final bit has to do with financing, where we support farmers to be able to, use their deposited commodities to, access funds from financial institutions whilst they wait for prices to appreciate for them to get good value for money from their produce. Thank you.
Okay. Listening to you and saying all the things you say, then we don't have to have a problem. But unfortunately, every year, we hear stories of food rotting in, in farms or, for food producing communities, while prices continue to rise in urban markets. Why does this paradox exist, Wendy?
Yes, so I'll say this exists mainly because of two main issues, and that is why GCS comes in. So we spoke about storage earlier. So right after production, whatever is produced, what is needed is used immediately or sold to buyers based on the capital they have readily available. But whatever is remaining, which is the excess, would have to be properly stored so that they can be used for further production or for later use or later consumption. However, on the buy side or in the urban centers, what it is that they have the need for those commodities. However, because they have the need for those commodities. However, because of the direct link to markets, which is not clear, they are not able to know where the commodities are or what is needed. So the Ghana Commodity Exchange comes in to ensure that there's proper storage. In proper storage, then we ensure that the shelf life of the produce is extended. In that case, they don't go bad when they are not readily used. And then with the market linkages, once we link the buy side and the sell side, they are able to easily purchase those commodities to ensure that there's that regular stability.
Okay. Yeah. And once those products are there, we can get it at good rates also.
Yes, good rates, because there's constant or proper linkage, and then the steady supply of commodities. Okay. That would ensure that the pricing is...
Joseph, one of the biggest complaints from farmers is the uncertainty about markets.
That's right.
And prices.
Sure.
How does the Ghana Commodity Exchange help farmers secure reliable buyers and fairer prices?
Yes, so like you rightly said, a farmer in Tumu doesn't know all the buyers, in Accra, Tema, and other places in the country. But with the coming on of GCX, that links buyers and sellers together. We have a lot of, or let me say, multiple buyers who are connected to the platform. Now, this makes the farmer sport for choice. Unlike the situation where you don't know them and the buyer comes to you in the village. That one, you only have one buyer, so you don't have a choice. You just have to sell at whatever price the buyer wants to buy from you. But with GCX, because you have access to multiple buyers, you now decide who to sell to and at what price.
Okay.
The other bit has to do with pricing. So GCS provides a mechanism where we help these farmers to be able to know the best prices from these sellers. So you will choose which price favors you, and then you sell accordingly.
There's a quick question here. It says, does it include farm animals like pigs? We have lots of them at drop on for sale. I don't know. Let me see who sent this. Okay. Any of you would want to answer the question?
Okay, so currently we are trading in grains. We are trading in maize, soya, rice, sesame, sorghum, and raw cashew nuts. So we are not trading in animals, but with our future plan, we are going to be trading all these commodities, including the perishables and even the minerals, metals, and oils. GCX has the mandate to be able to trade all these commodities. Yeah.
Good. So that takes me to a point, because you talked about the fact that, you have a warehouse and all of that you can store. But I know also that farmers are forced to sell immediately after harvest, which you make the point because they need cash.
That's right.
How does the warehouse receipt system address this challenge?
Okay. So with the warehouse receipt system, once the farmers have deposited their produce in our warehouse, they will be able to use that solely as collateral to assess 70% of the value of those produce from our partner financial institutions. So storing in GCX warehouse allows them to have access to finance so that they'll be able to pay their children's school fees and go back to production while they wait to trade their commodities.
Oh, okay. Interesting. And I'm just curious, in storing in your warehouses, it comes at a fee?
It comes at a fee, a very minimal fee.
Minimal fee.
Yes.
Okay. Let me bring you in, Joseph. So what is the next big vision for the Ghana Commodity Exchange, and how does it fit into Ghana's agricultural transformation agenda?
So thank you. So one of the major challenges that is affecting our agricultural agenda has to do with foreigners who go into our farm spaces or the farm gates to go and buy commodities. So they compete seriously with our local buyers and processors. We believe that if these foreign buyers are regulated and are allowed to buy commodities mandatorily through the GCX, that would help to stabilize our agri space and also stabilize prices. So our next big vision is actually to have some exportable commodities like cashew, shea nut, soya bean, and the rest being traded through the Ghana Commodity Exchange, backed by government policy. So you have these foreigners not going into our farm gates to go and buy, but that they come through GCX to buy. These has benefits. One of them is that the government gets to get taxes after trades from these foreigners. It helps to also regulate prices and give these sellers or farmers the best price that they can get. It also allows for data, because when these foreigners are trading, we get to know how much is being taken out of the country, and the government can use it in planning, in the agri space. Thank you.
Anything you want to say finally, Wendy?
Okay, so we would want to encourage everyone to patronize or use the Ghana Commodity Exchange. So for farmers, they can bring their commodities for storage in the GCX warehouses. This would ensure that the commodities are well stored, and we also even have insurance on all our warehouses, so it will ensure that your commodities are safe and sound. You'll be able to access finance through the warehouse receipt financing, and you'll be able to trade at a competitive price on our markets platform. Now on the buy side, come to the Ghana Commodity Exchange, whether you need it for food production, animal feed production, you'll be able to have access to quality grains and then the right quantity, large volumes at every point in time to be able to use in your industries and for production or consumption. So you are all welcome to use the Ghana Commodity Exchange. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything you want to say finally, Joseph?
Yes, so to our kenke lovers and banku lovers and all those who eat our local grains, we want to encourage you to buy commodities that are traded through the Ghana Commodity Exchange, because with this you know that you are eating commodities that is aflatoxin free, and your health is protected. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Joseph Nai Anum, who's Manager Marketing and Business Development at the Ghana Commodity Exchange, and Wendy Malm, who's Head of Operations at the Ghana Commodity Exchange. I think I'll come and buy maize for my to prepare feed for my pigs. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Still live here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. Still to come, we have a conversation about the media review of the 2026 budget, on what to expect. We're going to be sharing what we know so far with you, but of course, many of you are sharing videos of concrete mixtures depositing concrete on our roads, destroying the roads that we've used the hard-earned money, our taxpayers' money, to build, and making the roads so uncomfortable when we drive on them. Mark Cosby says, I share the passion with which Kojo just spoke. Elsewhere, you'll be punished severely and heavily. Here in Ghana, the one who is to punish offenders is in bed with them. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
2 billion Ghana cedis in 2025, and first quarter oil receipts this year were about 37.6% below target. Does the 268.1 billion cedis full year revenue target still stand, Mr. Minister, or are you going to revise it downwards? And if it still stands, from where are you going to close this gap without new distortionary taxes on households and businesses? It's important that we all keep an eye on this figure, the revenue figure that Parliament has approved. And as he delivers the media review tomorrow, we ask ourselves, with all of this underperformance, is he going to review the revenue target downwards? Or if he's keeping it, then the question is, where are they going to close the gap from? Because if it's not closed, they cannot spend on the promises that they have made. The proper debt sustainability analysis to convince the people of Ghana that all the sacrifice and the work that the people of Ghana went through to reduce our debt burden is not in vain. Colleagues, I'm sure you recall that just yesterday in Parliament, they came for nearly $1 billion approval. And so already, the debt target by 2028 is at risk. The government should not try to hide this reality in the impending rebasing of the GDP. We will fish it out and we'll calculate for you pre-rebasing and post-rebasing what the new debt to GDP will be, looking at the way they've started debt accumulation just 9 weeks after the IMF left town. But it even raises a bigger question. What does the IMF know that the government is not telling Ghanaians? What is included and excluded, and on what GDP base? The review must publish one reconciled figure and one methodology.
We are barely 24 hours away from the mid-year budget review, in which Finance Minister Dr. Kassia Latofosin will brief the country on the state of the economy, how the 2026 budget approved last year has been doing, and to provide any updates that the government may wish to provide to the people of the country. And already the economy is splitting hairs in Parliament, with the minority and majority MPs clashing on one very important aspect of the economy, the debt of the country. The Economic Committee has presented a report on the debt position of the country, and we've seen the debt to GDP ratio has reduced significantly to about 44%. We know that at some point at the height of the economic crisis in 2022, the debt to GDP ratio went beyond 90%, nearing 100%. But already the minority is cautioning government against early celebration. Kojo Ponkroma is ranking member on the Economy and Development Committee.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have to rely on cedi appreciation as a basis to say our debt stock has reduced. Because as you observe, in 2025, when the cedi appreciated by about 43%, as a result of the pumping that the Bank of Ghana has been doing, it appeared as though the situation was getting better. Just yesterday, when the Bank of Ghana published the new debt numbers, because of the about 8% depreciation we have seen year to date, our debt stock is gone up by about 47 billion Ghana cedis.
Dr. Kabiru Tiamahama, who is the MP for Wale Wale and a member of the Finance Committee, says it is the painful decisions that the NPP government took which has yielded positive results and impacting the economy by way of this debt to GDP ratio reduction to about 44%.
Blaming the then government for the debt exchange program or the restructuring of the debt. Mr. Speaker, in this report, the government is commending itself, the government is praising itself, and we are being told to accept that story as a true state of affairs. That we are having some good numbers because there was a debt restructuring program. Mr. Speaker, we all know the politics they made with the debt restructuring program. Now, I've always argued, the results of such a program is now the cornerstone of their economic success.
Stephen Mensah is still with me in the city of Stephen. We've also been hearing from the sector minister, Haruna Idrisu. What has he been telling you?
Well, Haruna Idrisu interestingly says that if he wants to be remembered, and I quote, if he wants to be remembered as one of the best or the best education minister, this is the reform he would want to be remembered by, the reform, the revised curriculum. And he says that he's going to ensure and has given the Ghana Education Service a week's ultimatum to provide some structural framework and administrative framework for the implementation of this program. And he believes that this is one of the most revised and best curriculums for the country currently. We can listen to him again.
The GES is given 1 week from today to review and bring the curriculum up to full implementation readiness and strict quality standards. This to ensure that the GES as an operational agency takes ownership early to guarantee smooth execution in the classroom and align administrative policy with classroom realities. I am particularly enthused that today, as we remind the GES, I heard the Director General of NACA on the medium of teaching and learning from kindergarten to basic year 3. And accordingly, I accept your recommendation that Ghanaian language be the medium of instruction from kindergarten to basic year 3. Learners at this level will be taught to read in a Ghanaian language. English language will be taught as a subject with an explicit emphasis on play-based oral activity. This is because grounding early learning in a child's native language significantly improves cognitive development and reading comprehension, which actually accelerates second language. And the media don't go and report that I'm saying that English is a second language. I'm saying that at the basic kindergarten level, English remains Ghana's official language of medium of instruction. But at the basic level, from basic kindergarten to primary 3.
FM Throwback Thursday. You should see Kojo Yankson here, okay?
I love the Lost Boys. This is a great song.
Okay. You love them, eh?
Okay. Yes. Mr. Cheeks and the Lost Boys.
Okay. But very soon we're going to be talking about the policy rate. This morning we'll be joined by the Director of Research at the Bank of Ghana, Philip Abredu Otu. But going green is not just about saving the planet. It can save you real money, install solar panels, and cut down your power costs, get an electric vehicle, and reduce what you spend getting around. Switch to energy-efficient equipment and lower the cost of running your home or business. The best part, Absa Bank can help you finance all of it. The Absa Green Finance Loan gives you what you need to make it happen. Walk into any Absa branch, ask about the Absa Green Finance Loan today, and say yes to a greener tomorrow. Terms and conditions apply. Absa Bank reminds you to shine your eye to avoid being scammed. Your story matters. Absa. But look, I love Accra, but sometimes you just need a break from the city chaos. Who wants to spend 4 hours in traffic just to escape? So I've got the perfect fix, Best Western Plaza Accra Beach Hotel in Nungwa. It's right by the ocean. Imagine waking up to fresh sea breeze, a complimentary breakfast, relaxing by the pool, and just resetting. For a staycation, business, or beachside events, this is the spot. They're running a massive limited time offer. Book 2 nights, get a 3rd night for free. Yes, a whole extra night on them. Lock in your escape right now. Call 0596 723646. That's 0596 723646. Or visit bestwesternplazaccra.com. Best Western Plaza Accra Beach Hotel. Your escape closer than you think. Okay, so let's get into the conversation about the policy rate.
Yeah.
So yesterday, the Bank of Ghana maintained the policy rate at 14%. The conclusion of the press statement says, giving these considerations, the committee, by a unanimous decision, maintained the monetary policy rate at 14%, and the committee judged that the current policy stance remains appropriate to guide inflation into the medium-term target band while allowing time to assess the evolving geopolitical developments and their potential impact on the domestic economy. Okay. Philip Abredu is Director of Research at the Bank of Ghana, and he's joined us. Why the bank arrived at the 14%, why they decided to maintain the policy rate. Philip, good morning, and thank you very much for joining us.
Well, a very good morning to you. And thank you for having me.
Great. So help us understand, why the MPC decided to maintain the policy rate at 14%.
Well, listen, let me start from where we left off at the last MPC meeting.
Okay.
That is our 130th MPC meeting. You recall that the decision at the time was to maintain the policy rate at 14%. Now, one main reason for the unchanged policy stance at that time was the uncertainty in the global oil markets, the level to which crude oil prices had risen. I quite remember at the time it was way over $100 a barrel when we had that meeting in May. And then the potential for those conditions to feed into inflation at the time were the concerns of the committee. So fast forward to the meeting that was just concluded yesterday, which is the 131st MPC meeting. These conditions have not changed that much. In fact, if you look at where crude oil prices were as at the time we had that last meeting, crude oil prices have retreated somewhat from that high levels of the $100 a barrel. The economy has enough buffers, and then again, on top of that, the forecasts were showing us a very benign inflation path. When I say benign, the forecasts were not showing inflation going up exceedingly high from where we think it has to be. So, on a nutshell, the committee thought that there are enough buffers. The forecasts are not picking any pulses from crude oil prices into higher inflation. And I think the central bank is in a very good spot now as far as reserves are concerned. These I call buffers. Look, when you build buffers for a very rainy day. And what we are doing is to deploy these buffers strategically to ensure that inflation is contained. So, in the view of the committee, due to the uncertainty and the need for monetary policy to remain cautious, the committee decided to maintain the rate at the current level of 14% and will observe closely how all these uncertainties ravel. Again, for the central bank, holding the rate preserves the credibility that we've built up during that disinflation period, and it helps us also avoid some policy missteps. So the central bank is being cautious, and by this posturing, the committee is signaling that it prefers to observe whether current conditions are transitory or they will become permanent over time. So we are in an observatory mode right now to see how the uncertainties will play out. But the main fact is that the conditions as at the time that we decided to hold the policy rate at 4
well. Good morning.
Have not changed that much. Thank you very much.
So yes, we understand why you maintain it, but for the Ghanaian and businesses,
we have a high expectation on the review.
What does it mean for us? Can you hear me, Doc?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, so I was asking that in maintaining, the policy rate at 14%, what does it mean for businesses and the larger population?
No, so what it means is that the central bank is signaling that it will prefer for the banks and the economy to keep interest rates where they are currently. Broadly speaking, this is what keeping the rate at 14% is. You recall that our rate is a signaling tool, and so by doing that, we expect the treasury bill rate, the yields, and then bank lending rates to remain currently at the levels at which they are right now. But again, over the next 2 months, that is in September, remember we do these things once every 2 months. We would have assessed the conditions again. We'll come back to the table. We'll look at the data that is made available, and then we'll reassess conditions. And where possible, we will retune the stance of monetary policy.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Philip Abedotu, for joining us this morning. We're very grateful to you. So that's the director of research at the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Philip Abedotu, helping us understand. I mean, the fact that we have enough buffers to, cushion the situation. And so why not? Let's just maintain it at 14%. Yes, Kojo, you want to make a point?
Yeah, it's a blessing that it's not going up. The government has a long-term strategy of ensuring that all this job creation that the Ghanaian is waiting and hoping for will be done by the private sector. Mm-hmm. But the private sector cannot do all of that if they can't have access to financing, and of course at an affordable price. So this is a good signal to the banks so that they can do a little bit more lending. So far it seems like they're always taking the easy way out and just borrowing, lending to government, and sitting back and making profit. So if the rates are not going up, then I expect that this is the proper signal to banks so that they can start looking to lend a little bit more. If you have a good credit rating, you go into your bank today, you should be able to get something decent. Back in the day, it was about 30%. Who can pay a 30% loan?
Well, the banks today, with a reference rate of about 10%, today you have lending rates of 13-14%, which is good. Okay, so if you have a loan, what I always advise is to go and refinance your loan. If you have a loan,
it's cheaper now.
Go back to your bank and say, Charlie, you know what, I want a top up or something. They give you at a cheaper rate. You take it, you're good to go. That's if you have use for it. But also, once the treasury bill rate is low, the banks, then would some way somehow be forced to look at businesses and other sources, because government is an entity that when you do business with, there's certainty of repayment. Whenever you go give your money to government to turn it around and bring it back to you, there's certainty of payment. Government would pay. There isn't so much risk attached. In the past, we had always said that government bonds and bills were risk-free until we know what happened with the domestic debt exchange. But stay with us. When we return after these messages, we're going to get into a conversation about the media review and what to expect. We'll be right back.
Don't care.
It's live here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM, 11 minutes to 9. And very soon we're going to get into the expectations, from the media review of the 2026 budget. And this morning, Dr. Charles Nyaba is CEO of Ekuafo Nketwa and former executive director of the Peasant Farmers Association. Ali Mohammed is chief executive officer of the Greater Accra Poultry Farmers Association. They will all be joining us to tell us what the expectations are. But first, if you need fuel, make the smart stop at Star Oil, Ghana's largest oil marketing company with over 240 stations nationwide. Star Oil gives you high quality fuel, great service, and real value for money. And this is why many Ghanaians are switching to Star Oil. And with a Star card, you can enjoy safe, cashless fueling and easy expense tracking. Wherever you go, choose Star Oil for your quality and affordable fuel. So, parents, Pegasus Publishing has good news for you. They're giving a massive 20% off every single book for your child this new school season, from reading and writing to maths and science. Your child needs the right textbooks to keep up and do their very best. And you'll find curriculum-aligned textbooks and interactive learning tools for every level, preschool to senior high school, everything on the book list. And the good news is that they're giving a 20% discount. So get your kids ready for school the smart way. Call 059 5010175 0595010175 or visit Pegasus Publishing in Accra, Newtown, right opposite the Total Energies. Pegasus Publishing, shaping minds, winning futures. But you've worked hard, and so you deserve a home that actually reflects that effort. It's time to upgrade your lifestyle at Palladium Residences in Achimota, a stunning community at ABC Junction, just minutes from the Achimota Mall. Discover beautifully designed modern apartments and spacious townhouses, offering the perfect private sanctuary, plus enjoy unmatched amenities like a premium clubhouse, a fully equipped gym, and an incredible on-site hotel. Move fast during this limited launch phase. You can secure your dream home with just a 10% deposit. Book early for exclusive pricing, priority unit selection, and highly flexible payment options. Book your private site tour today. Call now on 0509 823 424. That's 0509 823 424. Palladium Residences. Live smart, invest better. Okay, so let's get into the conversation now. And Charles Nyaba is the CEO of Ekuafo Nketwa. He used to be the executive director of the Peasant Farmers Association. He's joined us via Zoom. We also have Ali Mohammed, who is the CEO of the Greater Accra Poultry Farmers Association, also joining us. Charles, good morning, and thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning, my brother.
I hope everything is going on well with the Ekuafo Nketwa.
Yeah, we are on. Let me say that if you say Ekuafo Nketwa, it's not different from peasant farmers. It's just a key name. It's a key name for smallholder farmers.
Okay.
If you look at when we started with peasant farmers, we were trying to move farmers from subsistence farming to farming as a business. So we just celebrated our 20th anniversary this year, and we thought that we've gotten it to a time that we don't want to continue to be subsistence farmers. We want to now do our farming as business. And it is one of the reasons why I think this mid-year budget is very important to us. Whatever goes to the budget will tell whether we will still remain in business or we will continue to produce as subsistence farmers.
All right. Talking about remaining in business, are you currently in business?
Yeah, let me first of all admit that as farmers, we don't have a problem with the current economic situation. Inflation has come down, so which means that our purchasing power is supposed to go up. But in our case, it's the opposite. If you have lower inflation, it doesn't mean that prices will not go up, but the rate at which the price will go up is lower.
Yes.
So we see that fertilizer prices relatively maintain the same, fuel prices relatively maintain the same or go down small, agrochemical prices relatively maintain the same, mechanization costs maintain the same. But when you come to what we have produced, I can give you a typical example from 2023 to date. 2023, we were selling a bag of cocoa for 1,340 Ghana cedis. 2024-25, it went to 3,072 Ghana cedis. In 2025, 2026, it went to 3,228 Ghana cedis. It was revised down to 2,587 Ghana cedis in 2026. You take a bag of maize in 2023-2024, we're selling it for 1,000 Ghana cedis, 100 kg. 2024-2025, it came to 600 Ghana cedis. And today, a bag of maize is going not less than 250 Ghana cedis. You go to rice, paddy rice, 100 kg in 2023-2024 was going for 1,000 Ghana cedis. In 2024-2025, it went to 700 Ghana cedis. Today, farmers are looking for 200 Ghana cedis for a bag of maize, and they are not getting. So if you put this in context, where we have fertilizer prices being relatively the same, it has not gone up, it has not gone down. A farmer who was selling rice for 1,000 Ghana cedis and today he's selling it for 250 Ghana cedis. It means the same farmer now needs 4 bags instead of 1 bag to be able to buy one bag of fertilizer.
So Dr. Nyaba, yes, I know that the price of maize is now about 250 Ghana cedis. I've just had to, buy maize for my pigs, and I realized that a bag is at 250. No problem. For us as farmers who use maize in preparing feed, that's good news. I mean, at some point, it was over 500, 600 cedis, and it was costing as much. What is the problem? I mean, you seem to suggest that that's a problem. What's the problem to you as producers?
Yeah, as a producer, you see, as I mentioned earlier, most of the other inputs to produce the maize either remain relatively the same or a little bit higher. When you take the fertilizer, prices have not fallen like the way the maize price has fallen. When you take tractor services, prices remain the same thing, or even in some instances higher. Agrochemicals, the same thing. Labor cost is rather gone up. So our cost of production has more than 100% increase compared to the output that we are getting. So when you compare these two, it means we are producing at a loss. So as I mentioned earlier, we are no more subsistence farmers. We are farming as business, and that is the only approach that we encourage many youth to actually come into farming. If they farm and then they can make money out of the farming, it means that there's no need to engage. Okay? So we are concerned that, and apart from, it's not only the price. Apart from the price, nobody is even buying.
Yeah, Dr. Nyaba, you fix the price. So you would have to consider your cost and fix the price. What's the problem then?
Unfortunately, we don't control the price because we have other competitive products that comes in to compete with us. We don't have problems selling at a price that will benefit consumers in Ghana, but we have concern that we allow our competitors from other countries who get subsidies, who get support from government, who produce under a very conducive environment, who produce under zero interest rate in some areas or very low interest rate when they take loans to produce. But we don't benefit from the same conducive environment. Then these people pass through unapproved route to dump their produce on us. They don't pay taxes. They don't pay anything. So it's very difficult for us to maintain the prices that we were selling before. But if the environment was created in a way that our cost of production is relatively lower, and then we have to sell it at those prices, we don't have a problem. But in our case, we are not benefiting the same way.
So what would you want to see being done for you in the media review?
You see, later part of 2025, and then early part of 2026, government came out with a very nice proposal, which was mandating all the institutional purchases to purchase from the local farmers. National food buffer stock was also mandated to buy the rice and the maize from the farmers, which they did. But the budget that was assigned to buy the descent is very limited. So if you look at the farmers who have access to purchasing from national food buffer stock for maize and rice, I mean, it's less than 1% of the farmers who produce. 200 million Ghana cedis is not enough to even buy from one district. So my expectation, one, to ensure that farmers are able to sell their rice and maize and go into production is to see increment of budget allocation to national food buffer stock to be able to mop what is currently seated in the warehouses of farmers. We also want to see a situation where, we mentioned this before, we know Ghana is part of WTO and that you can't say you are just banning certain commodities. But at least some taxes or some policy measures to put in place to ensure that those who are bringing the commodities from unapproved routes are blocked and they are also taxed. So that when they bring it, we'll be able to actually sell at the same price.
Okay.
This is not done. We might think that consumers are benefiting, but in the medium term, it's going to hurt all of us.
All right.
Today, when you travel to most of the growing areas, like Volta, Oti, Northern, Northeast, Upper East, Upper West, many farmers have reduced their farm sizes. There are instances where farmers even opt not to produce at all, because according to them, what is the sense of producing when your warehouses are still full, you are not able to sell? Okay,
right.
So in the long term, if nothing is done, and then we take this one, there will be shortage of these commodities in the market. And once demands become higher than supply, prices will go higher than we are expecting.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Charles Nyaba, for joining us this morning. We're grateful to you, which means we can engage Ali Mohammed, who is the CEO of the Greater Accra Poultry Farmers Association. Ali, how about you? The Poultry Farmers Association and Kokon Kitenkite is going on. You say you are not expecting anything good come out of Nazareth when because it wasn't a policy that was properly designed. What would you expect to change in the media review of the budget?
Thank you, Mr. Winston. We expect to see a policy review on the incompetence. We expect the policymakers to engage, and we'll consider the first phase as the abyss. We expect the second phase and the third phase that they intend to roll out to be more engaging and more planning into it. And in Kwankitikiti, as I said on Newsfile, actually cannot solve poultry industry problem. It's one of the mitigating factors. But to solve the industry problem goes beyond Nkonkitikiti. The poultry industry problem should have about 10 years plus plan laid out. Look, it continues to be the case that the feeding costs takes almost 80%. I told the Feed Ghana coordinator, if we don't do anything about the local production of soya, maize, which are the major components of the poultry feed, we can never succeed. Take it from me. Look, Dr. Nyaba was lamenting about the costs of their maize. There's a linkage between what they are producing and the poultry industry inputs. Mm-hmm. When you are designing a policy, you don't design a policy in silos. You design the policy as a holistic thing for all the sectors. Mr. Winston, there's a competing need of the soya for human consumption. There's a competing need for the maize for human consumption. You need to determine what is the quality standard that our poultry farmers need. Mind you, it's not every maize that the poultry industry accepts. This maize produced must meet certain threshold. The aflatoxins level intense. If we try to engage our local farmers, we can, with the synergy can be greater than what we are doing currently. Look, the consumption of maize in the sector, poultry sector alone, outweigh what the human consumption we do at homes.
Okay.
Yes, I'm telling you, look, we are 50 metric ton per hour. But our daily usage is not less than 3,000 bags. If you want to go 24 hours because of the demand has declined, we will not do less than 6,000 bags a day of maize. Let me tell you something. The majority of the maize that we use are foreign maize, imported maize.
That's what you use on your farm?
Yes, I'm telling you. The soya that we use in the poultry distilling are imported. Almost 80% of the local soya that we use are not local, imported. Because the soya needs to meet a certain threshold, the quality. The maize itself needs to meet certain quality. Before I entered this industry, I think I have the belief that, which is wrong. It is wrong. Sometimes the test that we do before the maize pass through the mill, we don't do that even for household consumption. What I expect at the Agric Ministry to do is to develop that linkage between our local soya producers, our local maize producers, with the industry that consumes them. Look, currently we have GAFA, Greater Accra Poultry Farmers Association. We have a milling plant. We are building additional one. We have Echo. We have Kujis. We have Sankofa. We have 8 big millers.
Okay.
I can tell you, yes, our annual consumption of maize, we even considering ourselves of the small millers, we don't consume not less than 400 metric tons of maize alone.
Okay.
So, Mr. Nyaba, we can develop that synergy if government develop the proper policy. Do this income. Look, that freebies always it comes with that kind of inferior. We are giving this. We are just measuring output. But what is the outcome? How do you measure the outcome?
Thank you very much, Ali Mohammed, CEO of the Greater Accra Poultry Farmers Association. Let me also, engage now with the Ghana Hoteliers Association, and they would also be telling us what their expectation is. Dr. Kanyamika Jr., thank you very much for joining us this morning. Okay, so Victor Pokuminta is the president of the Ghana Hotels Association. Victor, good morning, and thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning to you and to your listeners. Thank you for inviting me.
Good. So tell us what your expectations are.
Well, to start off from where my gentlemen friends ended off, from what they've said, the inputs for producer-driven poultry is very high. So, of course, the 6,000 plus hotels and guest houses in Ghana would have a very high input in terms of what we use to produce food. And, of course, the cost of food would go high and then will be seen as being expensive as a destination. So for us, there are a number of things that we think can be done in terms of trying to bridge this gap and make it easier for us to be able to do business and contribute our quota to the economy. Now, we look at the issue of taxation. We are not saying we don't want to pay taxes as business professionals. We are saying that we need certain interventions and incentives to make the environment enabling. Once the environment is enabling, facilities can do what? Can expand, they can hire more, they can reduce the unemployment situation in the country. We look at affordable financing. Okay, so we want opportunities that the budget is going to give us affordable financing to able to enhance facilities. We have hotels worldwide which have a history of 50, 60, 70 years in business. Unfortunately, we don't have that kind of track record in Ghana. We need to build our country to a point where we can get funding. And when I say funding, I'm sure it will trickle all the way down to all the other sectors that support us as an industry. We need to look at infrastructure, okay, to tourist sites, to hotels, to restaurants. And then we need to look at encouraging domestic tourism. When domestic tourism is encouraged, we have individuals within Ghana, not just tourists from outside Ghana, patronizing hotels and restaurants. Occupancy increases, food and beverage is sold. Of course, then my brothers in the poultry industry who have joined us today also have what? Increase in demand for their products. As it stands, the cost of poultry produced locally is more expensive than the poultry imported. So many facilities rely on imported poultry at the detriment of our locally produced poultry, which for me is something that has to be looked at critically because Ghana is seen as a destination that's expensive overall if you look at the sub-region. Now, we need to look at how government can also support district and municipal assemblies to provide all the logistics from sanitation, road network, support services to hostels and hospitality facilities. If we do that, we as an industry, we can thrive. When we thrive, we can contribute our quota. Many countries use hospitality and tourism as their base for generating income as a nation. We can do that if we really put in place the necessary measures in infrastructure. So in summary, we look at expecting to see some interesting tax reliefs and incentives that can help the industry. We're also looking at affordable financing for hotel development and upgrading. If we can get some respite for other forms of energy, because cost of energy, electricity and water take about 20 to 25% of a hotel's total expenditure. So if we can get cheaper sources of solar for hotels to invest in, we look at reducing the cost and then thereby ultimately the cost of doing business and the opportunity for more people to patronize our businesses, thereby contributing to the growth of our motherland, Ghana. So for us, we're looking for some very interesting things to happen in the budget review.
All right, Victor, thank you very, very much. Victor Pokumintai is president of the Ghana Hoteliers Association. Let me get to engineer Dr. Patrick Amoah Bequin, who is vice president and chairman of the Public Accountability Committee of the Ghana Institution of Engineering. Engineer Dr. Patrick Amoah Bequin, good morning and thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning and thank you for having us.
So I know that not long ago you released your Ghana Infrastructure Scorecard. We scored 2.8 out of 5, ranking as a D3. Today the finance minister is in parliament. What do you expect him to say?
All right. Thank you once again. I think maybe if there's time, I want us to go into what our scoring really means. But at the end of our scoring, one of the things that came out was that funding within the infrastructure sector is quite limited. And we look forward that the Minister of Finance will inject more money into infrastructure because they are the catalyst for our development. They are catalysts to realize the economic values that we intend to achieve. So by and large, we looked at the road sector during our assessment. We looked at also the energy sector. We looked at the telecommunication, and we also looked at the water sector. I think these are key areas where the funding has been limited for the past 10 years. I think the amount of funding that is needed for this infrastructure area has been quite limited, and we look forward that in this media review, the Minister of Finance will inject more money into the infrastructure industry. The other thing that we noticed through our report card is that funding towards maintenance, our maintenance culture has been quite limited. And so going forward, we also look forward that we will prioritize maintenance of our various infrastructure going forward. So I think as a start, this is what we are looking up to in the upcoming budget from the Ghana Institution of Engineering.
Thank you very, very much, Engineer Dr. Patrick Amoah Bequin, for joining us this morning. We're grateful to you.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Sure. Still live here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. Stay with us. We'll be right back after these messages with more of your thoughts and messages, your videos on how these concrete mixtures are destroying our roads. We'll be right back.
Super Morning Show.
It's
It's World Cup season. Football lovers make I tell you. Electroland Ghana Limited, they bring the stadium come your house. Buy any 50-inch and above Samsung, TCL or NASCO Smart TV and get a free DSTV decoder plus 1 month free subscription. World Cup live at your doorstep. Plus whooping discounts and a free Zappa decoder. Electroland, bring the World Cup home. Electroland, you can't watch it alone. Rush to any Electroland showroom across Ghana or your nearest dealer store now. Call 050-315-7939 or visit www.electrolandga.com. T's and C's apply. It's a goal!
From the producers of The Gods Are Not to Blame comes another classic.
What? Amofa? Madam Amofa!
Who asked you to shout?
Sorry, sir.
Did I ask you to shout?
But usually if I don't shout, you get angry and say, I should shout.
So must you shout so loud? Are you crazy or something?
No.
The first original African adaptation of William Shakespeare's The Merchant of Venice goes live as Image Bureau, April Communications and the National Theatre presents
Gallina's Pound of Flesh.
Live at the National Theatre.
Saturday 1st, Sunday 2nd, Saturday 8th and Sunday 9th August at 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. each day.
Grab a ticket now to the most hilarious theatrical masterpiece of the year for only 200 Ghana cedis at imagebureaugh.com
or dial star 714*46#. Gallina's Pound of Flesh.
Written and directed by George Quinn.
Supported by Newplant Car Rentals, Joy FM, Hits FM, Graphic Communications Group,
Joy Prime TV, and proudly brought to you by the Ghana Tourism Authority.
Welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. Now, we've been joined by Professor Ejapoma Jakedakun, who is an economist at the University of Ghana Business School, to tell us what her expectations are of the mid-year review of the 2026 budget. Prof, good morning, and thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning, and thank you for having me. Can you hear me, please?
I can hear you, Prof. So, Prof...
Good morning to your viewers and your listeners as well.
Sure. So let's look at, today, this afternoon, the Finance Minister presents a review of the 2026 budget and fiscal policy, economic policy of government. What are your expectations? First of all, what are you picking? What's the current state of the country? You think we are on course? What should we do differently?
Okay, so I think that I would like to start, as you've asked, I would like to start by acknowledging the work that has been done so far by the fiscal and the monetary authorities in transitioning the economy into what we are seeing now. Right. It appears to me that there has been a deliberate reset, and the macrocritical variables are sort of working. You look at growth. The economy has expanded by 6.4%. It expanded by 6.4% in Q1, and that shows a clear sign of resilience, especially if you compare it to the 6.2% of last year. And I believe this will not just be an oil story, because if you look at non-oil growth, that has expanded as well. And this momentum obviously positions the country to meet its, full-year growth projections, if not really exceed that. The growth has been supported by the manufacturing sector, largely by, the extractive sector, good performance, and also the service sector, largely by the ICT sectors. These two subsectors we know are more capital intensive, and therefore that would lead me into thinking about what we have to be doing in the second half of the year. Also, if you look at the performance of inflation, we've seen that inflation is still below the targets. We have we saw earlier on in the year that inflation was around 3-point-something%. We are seeing an uptick in inflation a bit to about 5.8%. still below the target. So that's not too bad. I see the central bank carrying out their aggressive policies. Even yesterday, we saw that they had maintained the policy rates just to ensure that inflationary expectations are held low or are held in a moderate way so that inflation remains where it is. We see some pressures coming from the demand side, especially because of the Middle East conflicts that we are experiencing. Oil prices obviously shooting up, feeding into transport fares, driving inflation, etc. But I think we can comfort ourselves by saying that we are below the target, the medium run target of 6 to 10%, and even if this is supposed to push inflation up a bit, it's going to push inflation. Not to say that we shouldn't be keeping tabs on we shouldn't be keeping tabs on inflation, but I think that we are in a comfortable position as far as this is concerned. You look at the fiscal side, you look at how we've managed to consolidate nicely. We are on target. I think this is coming from the high commitment to maintaining some sort of stability. As far as our primary surplus is concerned, we are at about 1.5%, or no, we are heading towards the 1.5%, etc. And so, we've seen a dramatic decline of our debt from about 61.8%. Now I know that it's inched up a bit to about 50-something% owing to the depreciation of, about 50-something%. And we've also seen that we've managed to build our reserves. Initially it was about 5.8%, but we are hearing that we are around 5. Did I say 5.8%? I mean 5.8 months import cover, and now we are around 5 months import cover, because there were also some demand pressures coming from the exchange rates, coming from the energy sector. So, and we are not doing badly, if you ask me. We are not doing badly. What we need to do is to move from the baseline stabilization that we are experiencing into some sustainable economic expansion. And that would require that in the second half of the year, our focus would have to be on directing the remaining capital expenditure into high-yielding productive sectors. We should focus our attention on the agri sector, because we have seen that for the first half of the year, agri hasn't performed so well. So I think that we should be focusing a lot on the agri sector, and we should also be looking more at the value addition, local manufacturing, trying to strengthen those sectors, because if we want to create jobs, then these are more labor intensive kind of sectors, and if we focused our attention on these sectors, we would be able to, and spending on these sectors, we would be able to create the needed jobs, and growth will translate into jobs. I also expect that as we have sort of outperformed some of our indicators, the finance minister would formally update the key targets, let us know whether we are on target or we are even going to be exceeding our targets based on what has happened in the first half of the year. I'm also expecting updates on whether the overall GDP growth targets and non-oil growth estimates would be adjusted upwards. I'm expecting that we would continue to rationalize our expenditure. We should also confirm that the fiscal targets, deficit targets, and primary surplus targets that we set are also really intact. I expect that the government would reaffirm its commitment to no new tax rates so that there will be some stability for the business community. But that said, I would also be expecting that we would focus on aggressive domestic revenue assurance. We should try and meet our revenue targets so that even if we have to spend more, we would still be within the fiscal deficit targets that we have set for ourselves. So, Winston, if you ask me what my expectations are, these are my expectations.
Prof, thank you so much for joining us. We're grateful to you. We know you're busy, so please, thank you very, very much for joining us. Now, when we return after these messages, we're going to be speaking to a technical advisor to the Minister of Finance at the Ministry of Finance. That's Dr. Theo Champong. Stay with us. We'll be right back after these.
Our emphasis will be on the use of the local language.
Looking into the future. The other day it came out clearly that now Ghana's major trading partner is China. Many people go to China to do all kinds of trade and all those things. And so we felt that if we are to give opportunity, it's not compulsory, but an option for people who want to learn Chinese, would that be okay? We did that because already the Confucius Center in Cape Coast had taken the lead, had come to us and had collaborated with us to work on some kind of curriculum for the basic school. So we thought that it would be important to bring that on board and also propose it to government as an additional foreign language that if the resources are available and the schools that have the teachers can start. The Confucius Center says that they are ready to sponsor about 10 schools for now to start as a pilot. So they are ready to come to GES for GES to give them suggest those schools so that they can pilot. They have trained teachers who can handle the 10 schools at the beginning. So that is what they have. And then also we found Arabic. Although had been in the system for long, but there was no standardized curriculum for Arabic. Different schools were using different Arabic curriculum. So this time also we have standardized the Arabic curriculum also from P1 to P6. And the other structure change is assessment. We deliberately have made formative assessment as a core issue in the curriculum.
Flanked by prison officers, the jailed Ashanti Regional Chairman of the New Patriotic Party, Bernard Enchiboisiako, popularly known as Chairman Wontumi, makes his first appearance at the Accra High Court in a prison bus after spending 2 nights in custody following his 20-year prison sentence over the Samre Boy illegal mining case on Monday. Now, the embattled politician, dressed in a neatly tucked white long-sleeves shirt paired with black trousers, was ushered into the courtroom through a rare entrance in an apparent attempt to shield him live from public view. Let's now go live to my colleague, Fatal Bayaga, at the Accra High Court to get more on this. Fatal, what was Chairman Wuntumi's demeanor like when he made his first appearance after his conviction?
Chairman Wontumi appeared grim, gloomy, and somber. In fact, for the first time, Chairman Wontumi appeared in court very quiet and calm as he walked into the courtroom. I'm talking about Criminal Court 1, where this particular proceedings, took place. So, in fact, probably for months, or for the first time in months, Wontumi, did not have the opportunity to exhibit that his recently acquired trademark. I clock it. So it does that every time he comes to court, but today he didn't get the opportunity to do that. Very quiet Wontumi, sitting in Criminal Court 1 and listening to the proceedings today.
Well, so we understand that he spent only a few minutes in the courtroom before the case was adjourned. What accounted for the brief proceedings, and remind us why he's back in court?
Basically, Wontumi is in the middle of 3 very high-profile cases. We're talking about the Samurai boy, which he has now been convicted on. There's also the Tano Nemri and then the Exim Bank. So today he was in court in relation to the Tano Nemri. And in fact, at the moment, the prosecution called 3 witnesses. And then at the moment, the third prosecution witness is now going through cross-examination. So that cross-examination was supposed to continue today. So Wontumi came to...
Loads of your messages. George Kate, Reverend George Kate says, this is the road from Lashibi to Klagong. Stones are what is being used to patch the roads. Very uncomfortable to drive on. And these, I can see that. No. Certainly not comfortable. It would have been comfortable driving on these roads. So Lashibi to Klagong, that road needs to be fixed. Thank you very much, Reverend George Kate. Kojo, we're going to go into what we're learning, the filler we have about the media shortly. But if you're running a business office or working in the creative industry, listen, it's time to upgrade your print game. Welcome to the future of printing with Konica Minolta, proudly powered by SkySat Technologies. We're talking unmatched performance, so whether you need sleek all-in-one machines, professional systems, or heavy-duty production powerhouses, SkySat has got you covered. Right now, SkySat is giving you 1 entire year of free servicing on all Konica Minolta machines. That's 12 months of expert maintenance for new and existing customers. Get a live demonstration at their new VIP print center at Pegasus Pegasus Place at Airport Residential Area. Call 0501 645 180 or 0302 798 829. Again, that's 0501 645 180 or 0302 798 829. SkySat Technologies, performance that delivers every time. But sometimes all you need is the right vibe and the right snack when the conversation gets awkward or you're looking for a reason to get a little closer. Bring out a pack of Munchie chocolate chip cookies, 1 crunchy bite, and suddenly everyone is smiling. It's chocolatey, it's crunchy, and it's perfect for sharing or keeping all to yourself if you're not ready to share just yet. So whether it's school break, hangouts, or those sweet new friendships, make it better with Munchie chocolate chip cookies. Munchie, start the moments that matter with a crunch chocolatey joy. So what if someone gave you money and instead of charging interest, Kojo, demanded a pound of your flesh if you couldn't repay? Well, that's the thrilling premise of Guyana's Pound of Flesh, Africa's first original adaptation of Shakespeare's The Merchant of Venice. This August, experience George Quay's hilarious and thought-provoking production at the National Theatre on the 1st, 2nd, 8th, and 9th of August, which shows at 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. Tickets are going for 200 cedis at imagebureaugh.com or by dialing 71446#. For inquiries, call 0551 313134. Don't miss this unforgettable theatrical experience. So let's get into it now. 2 p.m. we're told the Minister of Finance will be presenting a review of the 2026 budget. What are we learning, Kodo?
Well, we are picking up lots of details that we expect to hear him harp on or go on about when he delivers the address. First of all, there'll be an update on revenue collection. You know that AI, system that they installed.
The Publican AI.
Yes, Publican. Apparently, it has started to yield some results. So far, in 3 months, they believe that Publican has already yielded an extra $300 million in revenue. Okay, and they can directly trace this to Publican. Not that there's been an increase in imports or whatever.
Yeah, because the last time the Commissioner General was here, he was telling us that it had increased revenue by $3 million daily. So if you do the calculation, that's
3 months. Yeah, about 300 million. Yeah. That's very impressive. Now there are not going to be any new taxes. However, the finance ministry wants to really tighten the revenue collection, especially when it comes to VAT. Okay, so they are going to be introducing some new policies, and we'll hear him talk about them. Currently, Ghana has a very terrible record. About 50% of the VAT that businesses collect from customers is not paid to the GRA. Okay, so all the VAT we are paying as customers, about 50% of it doesn't go to the GRA. Businesses somehow do not render their accounts properly so that they can pay that VAT to government. Now, to stop that, government is going to introduce a new POS system that will mean that all businesses will have to give a specific kind of receipt to customers, and they will be encouraging Ghanaians through educational programs to ensure that we all insist on these receipts when we buy products or services and pay VAT. Okay, so that's one of the things that we'll be hearing him talk about. Also, some interesting news on excise duty. They are going to be making some amendments. For example, for fruit juices, all excise duties will be scrapped on fruit juices that are coming out of Ghana. Right. Also, for the manufacture of beers and so forth, we'll be seeing some reductions on the excise duties there as well. Churchill, did you know that 4 out of every 5 bottles of hard liquor, they don't pay the correct import duty on them when they're coming to Ghana?
Do they actually pay import duty? See, when you say you don't pay the correct import duty, that suggests payment. They don't pay.
Yes, because they suggest that they are actually headed to a different destination.
Exactly.
Yes, 4 out of every 5.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So they will say, oh, it's going to Burkina Faso, or it's going to
Niger.
Niger.
Yes, Niger.
Niger, alcohol.
Well, we're laughing because the expectation is that in areas such as Niger, Burkina Faso, and these are areas that don't consume much alcohol.
Exactly.
Very few people will consume alcohol. Yeah. So what you find is that they say, so this is supposed to be, okay, we're taking it outside the country. If that is the case, you don't charge them, these import duties because they're just using your port as a transit point.
Yeah.
Then the people, it finds themselves back into the country. And there's another thing. There are also a lot of people who smuggle liquor from Togo and Ivory Coast into the country without paying taxes.
Terrible. So there will be some tightening of regulations on that. Okay, you talked about this earlier, that next year, Ghana is supposed to pay about 58 billion Ghana cedis back on the domestic debt exchange program. About 30 billion of it will be due in February, right at the beginning of the year. And so we'll be hearing about the sinking fund that is in place to ensure that we can meet these obligations next year. Finance Minister will be talking about that. The following year, another 53 billion is due. So the cow. All right. Now the ultimate goal here is that we want to restore our rating so that when it's time to go back and borrow, we can borrow at a much cheaper rate. And of course, it's much better to be able to borrow cheap and use that on projects that will yield returns.
I have a question though. Haven't we done well without borrowing?
So far, yes.
So if we've done well without borrowing, why are we interested in borrowing? We've done well so far. We might as well just continue like that. But of course, sometimes you may need to borrow to be able to fund things that are very urgent, and funds cannot be raised immediately. And over the lifespan of the project, you'll be able to raise funds to pay, the debt. So that's okay.
Yeah. Primary surplus. The target is 1.5. Right, by the end of the year. Currently, we're somewhere hovering around 0.9.
0.9, yes, so for the first 6 months.
Yes, expectation is that we will hit that target. Now, through the World Bank, the government is going to be funding some $500 million US dollars worth of oil palm plantations in that special project. They are going to be doing this over some 100,000 hectares in the first phase. And I know that this is something that a lot of our listeners are very interested in. So across the central and western regions, some 100,000 hectares dedicated to this.
I am very interested in that because, I come from Mpoho, and Mpoho to the Benso oil palm plantation is not that far. It's within the same area.
Yeah.
And in fact, Mpoho also is part of the national oil palm plantation, what we call NOPAM. As you could find a plantation at Mpoho, and when we were growing up, when we were born, it became it became a thing that every parent, had a palm plantation for his children. So our parents, would do a bit of some acres for you to do some acres. I almost said some few, and I remember, no, you can't say that. Do some acres of plantation, palm plantation for you. So it's something I'm interested in, coming from the western region. But also, I know an area like the Ayem oil mills, their plantation. Galamseyers have invaded the place. So that's another thing that we should work on. You know, just don't plant.
Yeah.
When you plant, make sure that they grow, because if you plant and you turn and you move away, in those areas, Charlie, the galamseyas are doing crazy things.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting. The oil palm market, the global oil palm market, is on the rise. However, there are some concerns. Vegans and these groups are very concerned about how oil palm is farmed in certain countries, like Indonesia, where some monkeys are used in the harvesting of oil palm, and the suggestion is that there is some cruelty involved. And so they are looking for purer sources of oil palm, and it's an opportunity for a country like Ghana to step up and become the source of oil palm on the global market. All right, another thing, about 500 million US dollars has been secured from the World Bank, and this is for a very special purpose. You know, most of the food inflation that we've been experiencing is actually attributable to bad roads. Okay, the difficulty in getting the food from the farm to the market is what is causing the high prices in many cases. So there is a special project here to construct 1,050 kilometers of agricultural roads. Okay, so they've already identified the roads, they've done the designs, and they are expecting to hand out contracts to construct 1,050 kilometers of agricultural roads with this 500 million US dollars from the World Bank. And you know, there's always been a problem with special projects like this, where the money comes in, and then you find that some large percentage of it is dedicated to capacity building, or to consultancy, or buying these V8s and all of that. Now there's a promise from government, or that we're expecting a promise from government in the mid-year review, that there will not be any such.
At least 98%. 98% of it should be used to construct the roads, and just about 2% going into consultancy and others. But the Echiamanfro Bridge, as that links Afram Plain, something that will be catered for, the Dambai Bridge, and also the Volivo Bridge.
That's right. These have already been given out to contract according to what we are picking up, and we'll be hearing that the work has begun on all of these important bridges. 3.6 kilometers, the Ichiamanfro one. Yes, very, very long bridge.
Yeah, I think that's the longest in this country.
I believe so. Great news for the Accra-Kumasi highway. They have, we've already talked about this, right? Where they have brought in the military engineers, and they've done the clearing. Well, 70% of it is already done, and they've also managed to shorten the distance between Accra and Kumasi. Thank goodness for that. These are some of the information we are picking up about what we'll be hearing about in the budget. There's also some money dedicated to the education sector, where they are trying to increase access and reduce and eliminate fast track with some $300 million.
Sure. So you know what to expect today. But let me tell you, football fans, look, there's a winning deal for you. Buy any 50-inch or bigger Samsung TCL and NASCO Smart TV, and you get a free DSTV decoder plus 1 month free subscription. Yes, free decoder, free subscription, and the World Cup live in stunning picture quality right in your living room. But that's not all. Enjoy fantastic discounts and a free Zappa decoder to complete your home entertainment package. So whether you're backing whichever team you support, make sure you're match day ready. Hurry to any Electroland showroom nationwide or your nearest authorized dealer today. Promotion is valid while stock lasts. Terms and conditions apply. Call 0503-159739 for details, or visit Electroland Ghana. Electroland Ghana. MTN has just brought the prices down and the speeds up on MTN fiber for home, and your whole household is about to feel it. Movie nights that don't buffer, school assignments that get submitted on time, work calls that don't drop, and your side hustle running smoothly in the background. 3 unlimited speed tiers, one amazing network. Now you can enjoy 100 megabits per second for 299 Ghana cedis, 300 megabits per second for 444, and 500 megabits per second for 999, all per month. Pick what fits your home. No data caps, no slowdowns, just fiber built for real life. MTN fiber for home. Your speed, your home, your choice. Only MTN everywhere you go. But if you're looking to upgrade your workspace or restock your essentials, Kingdom Books has something special just for you. Come through and enjoy unbeatable deals on all your stationery needs, from notebooks, pens, printers to school and office supplies. So whether you're a student, teacher, or business owner, we've got everything to keep you organized and productive. But that's not all. Big discounts up to 70%, so bring your family, tell a friend, and don't miss out on these amazing offers at Kingdom Books Yard Sales. Visit Kingdom Books office at Osu, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily. Kingdom Books Yard Sales. Shop smart, save big. For inquiries, call 0501 401 050 or 0244 955. But as global alliances shift and countries increasingly prioritize their national interests, what do these changes mean for Ghana and Africa? Join us at CDD Ghana's 21st Krontini Akwemu Public Lecture on Wednesday, the 29th of July 2026 at the British Council Auditorium in Accra for a night of insightful discussions under the theme The Changing Global and Multilateral Rules-Based Order, Implications for Ghana and Africa's Strategic Positioning. The speaker for this year's lecture is the distinguished Ghanaian diplomat, Her Excellency Hannah Tete, with Ambassador D.K. Osei as chairman of the occasion. The Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, will be in attendance as special guest of honor. The Speaker of Parliament, Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin, will also grace the occasion. Attendance is free and is open to the public. No registration required. See you on Wednesday, the 29th of July 2026 at 5:30 p.m. at the British Council Auditorium, Accra. Don't miss out. Dr. Theo Champong has joined us as a technical advisor to the Minister of Finance.
Busy man.
Good morning.
Morning. Good
How's
to
it
see
going?
you.
Yeah, good to see you. You're
Yes.
looking good.
Thank you.
Good, good. The people say when you get to the Ministry of Finance, you deal with just money. But today, the minister is in Parliament presenting the media review of the fiscal policy. What should we expect?
A number of things. So, Minister will be doing this as part of the requirement under the Public Financial Management Act. I think there's Section 28 of the PFM Act. Last November, a minister went to present the main budget for 2026. There were a number of areas that he touched on, really around the public finances, what we are getting in terms of revenue, what we're spending the money on, the key priority projects that government is undertaking. And when I was coming, I heard you talk about a few of them, like the chairman from Bridge and then all those other special policy initiatives. And then also what's happening broadly within the external environment and how that fits into, for example, your exchange rate and inflation rate expectations. So the minister is going to the House this afternoon, to give an update around when we came to Parliament in November, more or less 8 months down the line, how things have evolved, what we're doing on revenue, what we're doing on expenditure, what we're doing on borrowing, what we're doing on the special initiatives, and then also within the PFM architecture, whether you need any money or not, what they call supplementary estimates. The minister would also provide all of those related updates.
Well, we're learning that there'll be no request for supplementary estimates. Are we right?
So if you look at most of our budget media statement over the last couple of years, media, you normally don't go asking for supplementary estimates. That really has been the trend over the last few years. What is very important is really to try and signal what you're doing on revenue and what you're doing on expenditure. And then if you have to reprioritize certain expenditure line items, you do that.
It is true that for some time now, but in the past, we actually called it supplementary budget because then you are sure that government will go and ask, for more money. But we've been speaking to, a lot of industry players, the Ghana Hoteliers Association, for instance. They were asking for a conducive environment. They're talking about the fact that we should consider, some reduction in taxes here and there so that their sector can thrive. Should we expect any reduction in taxes?
So I think, again, in mid-year budget, you don't typically get major policy announcements around taxes. And it's an important point you raise. In the past, the reason why you came to mid-year budget and you were asking for more money, right, or having to cut back on spending and all of that, was because we had not managed the public finances that well. And so you get to a media point and you're struggling to either cut back on spending or raise more spending. In other words, put more taxes on the people. We are not in that position as I speak currently. If you look at the numbers that have come through over the last, a few years, it's very clear. And I had argued this even before going into government, that we have a major expenditure problem, less so of revenue. Revenue, yes, you can raise, but if you keep raising money and it keeps going into a leaking basket, you've got a problem or you have an issue there. Okay. So really, the issue is tightening and ensuring that you're spending well and spending in the right places. And then importantly, even the revenues that you're collecting, you're not imposing any new tax handle, but rather you enforce compliance and ensure that those loopholes that people are abusing are all being tightened. And Minister would speak this afternoon along some of those compliance-related measures. So it is not a question of more taxes, but rather tightening the loopholes that people are gaming.
And talking about tightening the loopholes, what are these measures? What are likely to be the measures?
Oh, I think you have to wait. It's just a few. It's just a few more hours. Minister is going to provide an update on those, compliance-related measures around closing the gaps.
Let's see if what we heard is right. So we're told that there will be some tightening around VAT collection. Are we right?
Oh, we have had issues with VAT collection in the past. We have done several measures to close some of these compliance or these loopholes. There are reforms that are underway. You cannot even push all of them in the media budget. Other ones would have to come subsequently. In the main budget that was read in November last year, we did indicate that we were taking a fundamental review of the core tax laws in the country. One, the excise, the customs, and then the Income Tax Act. Those review processes are still underway. Some measures may be announced within the media budget. Other ones will take a bit more time in terms of the implementation effort. But I'll say the devil will be in the details. So let's just wait for a few more hours.
Okay, so you've talked about our tax laws, because generally, I know that these days you are studying a lot of tax. The conversation is that within every 2, maximum 3 years, you review the laws. That's something we have not been doing.
Oh, for example, on VAT, since we passed the act in 2015, some of the thresholds, some of the exemptions and all of that, for the last 10 plus years, it's not been reviewed, right? Typically, in most jurisdictions, you don't even need to wait 3 years. You constantly iterate. So what that means is that if you find certain loopholes, certain gaps, within a year or two, you close those gaps, you make an amendment to the law. But typically, we pass these laws, and then we all go sleep, we implement, and then 10 years down the line, you have major problems that you're trying to correct. And that is the more proactive approach that we've taken now, that really going forward, you don't need to wait 5 years, you don't need to wait 10 years to go and amend certain schedules and certain things within the law. You can do it more iteratively.
Okay, so
in consultation, of course, with stakeholders and industry.
Exactly, because you'd also agree that people would always find ways and means to beat the system.
Yes.
So the gaps you identify, you close them with the expectation that there'll be no new gaps. But if there are, then you go back to close them. Okay. We've talked about, you talked about the chairman. We were talking about it before you came. You've talked about it also. People are looking forward to a lot of infrastructure development projects. What are we likely to expect? And we've just been speaking to the vice president of the Ghana Institution of Engineering, and they've been talking about their scorecard, infrastructure scorecard, ranking Ghana D3, 2.8 over 5, because we're not doing well. Because when it comes to our roads, even though we've increased, kilometers from about 70,000 when they first did it in 2016
Yeah.
to 90,000. Only 27% of these roads are paved. So majority of our roads in a deplorable state.
Yeah.
What are we likely to hear when it comes to infrastructure, starting with our roads?
Yeah, and even the roads, those that are paid, they are potholes.
Okay.
Right. I mean, just in front of the street here, and driving in, yeah, you could barely drive 1 or 2 kilometers without seeing some major pothole in the middle of the road. So that is not in doubt that we have major issues with the quality of public expenditure overall, including going into, for example, the roads and all of that, and the issue of what I would call broader value for money on what we spend on. Specifically within the media budget, you're going to get an update on a lot of the key policy initiatives, right, that the government had mentioned and signaled. So you would get an update on what we're doing on the Accra-Kumasi Expressway. You will get an update on what we're doing on some of the regional routes. You get an update on what we're doing, for example, when it comes to the other agricultural enclave roads. When I was coming, I heard you guys, you were talking about the World Bank facility to do over 1,000, right, of these agricultural roads that would open up the food basket and allow food to actually come in, and that has a cascading impact on inflation, right, as well. So you get an update on all these key major projects and intervention. But above all, I think there's also a question really about, monitoring and compliance, and then making sure that, those monies that we're giving out for contractors, they are actually delivering on the quality and the standards that are required. When I was growing up, I mean, some of these roads, I was told that they're meant to be built at least for 25, 30 or so years. These days, the roads are built, and within 5 years, you go and you wonder, what quantities went into them. So we're doing quite a lot of work now, actually, on the enforcement and then the compliance side. We're not saying, we're saying that it's not enough just to give the money. You have to follow up and make sure that every cedi that is being committed to a project, the value is delivered out of that. Hence why, for example, as part of the reforms that have happened this year, you have the Office for Value for Money that has been established, and then that is going to be putting a lot of emphasis on some of these big ticket spend items, including, for example, in areas like IT and other infrastructure, to ensure that public money or public resources deliver public good at the best cost for Ghanaians.
What about the power sector? Are we to expect any big announcements there? Electricity is currently quite expensive for Ghanaians. Any reprieve on the horizon?
So for the power sector, there's a number of reforms that Kojo, we've been doing around the space. You will get an update on the big power initiatives that we've taken, specifically the 1,200 megawatt state-owned power plant that is being built, and the processes around that are ongoing. And then also you will get really an update also around the payments that we're making to the IPPs. So we did have an agreement with them last year to restructure the legacy debt that we owe them. And as a result of the restructuring, they get a coupon payment every 6 months. So you get an update, around that. We also are current on all of the bills that we owe to the power sector players. In the past, what tended to happen was that you keep accruing these bills, and then they keep complaining, and some of the power companies even had to threaten shutting down their plant before the bills were being paid. As we speak, under the cash waterfall mechanism, all of those payments are going to the IPPs, and everybody is relatively happy. What we're dealing with now is ensuring that you're not accruing any new debt, and then the legacy debt that you owe, you keep paying. I mean, if you look at the energy sector shortfall, I mean, we're paying close to what, about 1.2 to 1.3 billion dollars every year just to cover these shortfalls. That is money that can be used for more roads and more schools and more hospitals. And Minister has made it very clear that, you know, in the next 2 or so years, we should not be paying for any of these shortfalls. And that money should be going into productive investments such as the roads and such as the schools.
Okay, we'll talk about the roads again because I would love an update on my Mpoho road. Is very important. My hometown
you're from Wasa?
Yes, my hometown people have reminded me that the Mpoho road is very crucial. But you're cordially invited, you know, to the official launch of the Gamanche Tennis Open 2026 held under the auspices of His Royal Majesty the Gamanche Ni Takite Kojo II. It's today, the 23rd of July at 4 p.m. is at the Gamanche's Palace, North Kaneshi, in collaboration with the Ghana Tennis Federation, National Sports Authority, and the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts, and the Ghana Tourism Authority. The Gamanche Tennis Open 2026 in partnership with Joy FM, Hits FM, Joy Prime, Joy News, Asempa FM, Adum FM, and Adum TV. For more information, call 0244 446894 and then 0243 222 058. Join us as we officially launch a premier sporting event that will strengthen sports diplomacy, promote tourism, and position Ghana as a destination for international tennis. But I'm sure that you are all ready for the biggest, you know, football season festival on earth. So Electroland Ghana wants you to bring that stadium feeling right into your living room with stunning smart TVs from Samsung, TCL, and NASCO, starting from just 699 Ghana cedis. And that's not all. Upgrade your home with incredible deals on air conditioners, air coolers, refrigerators, chest freezers, washing machines, microwaves, air fryers, blenders, and more. And look, every purchase gives you the chance to enter the exciting Achede Kese raffle for even bigger rewards. Visit all Electroland Ghana showrooms nationwide and authorized dealer shops across Ghana today. Call 0503 159 739 or 0502 989 894 or visit electrolandgh.com. Electroland, bring the stadium home. Okay, so I was talking about you know, the roads, because importantly there are many communities that are expecting an update on the roads, and you say these are things I would hear.
Yes.
In the media review.
Yes.
Okay, talking about power, because you talk about the fact that there's a need to build a 1,200 plant.
Yes.
I like it this way. So, okay, that 1,200 megawatts plant that we intend to build, is it something that is going to be announced in this media review, and construction started, and when are we likely to finish it?
Yes, so actually it already was announced in the 2026 budget in November of last year. So what we'll be doing is giving an update on where things stand at the moment. So for example, the land, the location, the contractual processes around getting what we call in the industry an EPC, the money that you need to make available for the construction of the plant and all of that. You would get an announcement on that. In terms of timelines as well, we're looking at getting, you know, phase 1 of this being concluded somewhere in the latter part, Q4 of 2028. So that's when you get the power coming right onto the grid. Typical power projects, you're looking at 2 to 3 years, you know, to be able to do all the big ticket turbines, install them, get gas, and then start producing, you know, power. But the big thing that I want perhaps, you know, Ghanaians to also be aware of really is that at the end of the day, you can only be competitive when you have cheaper cost of power, right? In addition to the tax issues and then all of that. And really what we want to do is to get the cost of power down such that we can then pass those savings onto consumers and then also onto industry. And if this plant comes on stream and, you know, all the processes are underway, then you're looking at potentially a reduction in the cost of power close to between 10 and 20%, you know, across the board. And that for me, I think, is quite an important thing to send the right signal to Ghanaian businesses and to Ghanaian households that we really want to bring down that cost and help in the productivity and the competitiveness of the economy overall.
Okay, we're told this will be in the Western region, the new plant.
The new plant is somewhere at the border of Western and Central region. So we know we have a power enclave.
Yeah.
So you've got the power enclave from the Aboazi side coming all the way to the edge of the border of
and that's
Central.
and that's to replace the car power ship now is in Western region.
Car power was originally in Tema, if you recall.
Yes.
And then we moved them to the west because we had gas there.
Yeah.
So they then substituted from using heavy fuel oil to using gas. A lot of our gas resources are located, in the Western Enclave.
Well, Dr. Theo Champong, thank you very much for joining us this morning. We'll look forward to the presentation at 2 p.m. Enjoy the rest of your day.